If you're ready. Hello. Welcome to the second day of soil assembly here at Kochi Biennale. It's great to welcome everybody back, both here in Kochi, people who are participating, visitors, as well as the many staff from Srishti who have helped us put together the soil assembly. My name is Neil White. I am one of the curators, along with Awan Chardonnay, Maya Minder, and Meena Vari from Srishti Institute of Art and Design. And yesterday we kicked events off. There was a fantastic introduction from both Krish Machari, which gave us a fascinating insight into the history of the Kochi Biennale and its importance, and really I would say, the synergies between the soil assembly and the Kochi Biennale in terms of its spirit, and thinking up through local ecologies and economies. And in a couple of panels yesterday, some of these issues started to be drawn out in very interesting ways. I won't go into all the details, but I think we'll be able to start drawing some of the threads through from yesterday into today's panels. So today, yesterday we had an ecological futurism session, and I'm part of the ecological futurisms group based at the University of Westminster, and I'm also part of the research centre CREAM. And myself and my collaborator Tina O'Connell, who's an Irish artist, spoke yesterday. We also had Uriel Ulo, who's showing in the Kochi Biennale, who's also in ecological futurism, speaking. And today, shortly, George Clark, who's in the first panel, who's also from ecological futurism, is speaking. So there's a few of us here. I just wanted to link that together for you. We had a second session on soil ecologies, fascinating discussions around all kinds of approaches to different systems, ways of measuring, looking at ecosystem services that were drawn through from the first panel. And I think if we can pick out some of these today, then we'll try to do that. This morning, there's been a workshop led by Asta Charan, Krish Sethi, and Suresh Kumar outside. There's an ongoing project by Casco Land called Chit Chat that is outside. So people who are here can go and see that. And today there's going to be three main sessions. So starting off with living projects and communities that will be moderated by Rustam Vania of Srishti, who's here in front of me. Then there will be an interaction performance by Maya Minder, and that is at 4:20. And then at 5:20, the final panel is living pedagogies that will be moderated by Meena Vari. So without further ado, as they say, I'll hand over to Rustam Vania, who's going to introduce the first panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the third session of the soil assembly. Yesterday, we had some wonderful presentations and also a lot of interaction between the audience and artists who presented from across the world, actually. And that is what was quite exciting. And we expect some more interesting conversations today. We will have the first presentation followed by a short Q&A, and then there will be 3 other presentations after that, because I understand George has to leave. So the first presentation is by George Clark, along with 2 other colleagues. George, I think, is based in London, if I'm not mistaken, and 2 other colleagues who are joining from Indonesia, Ismail and Bunga. George is part of the Ecological Futurisms group, along with Neil and Tina and others. He is an artist, writer, and curator, and he's going to talk along with his Indonesian colleagues around Mother Bank, which is a collective project which started in 2020 to develop financial autonomy and collective action led by mothers in a village of Waits in West Java. Over to you, George, and Ismail and Bunga.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here to share our project. To start the presentation, I'm going to share my screen, and then my colleague Ismail will introduce to you some very exciting opportunities. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So we are the delegation from the Mother Bank. My name is Ismail, and
me Bunga.
And of course, the scrap that's opening, as mentioned in the introduction. So, as the kind of the experimental economic model, so we name it our project as Mother Bank, and we want to try now, like, to introducing this as a bank, which is kind of the maybe you guys in here can be also be part of the as the part of this bank. So yeah, first as delegation, or maybe I'm now try to become a marketing of this bank. I want to know more about you here in these forums. Like probably you are the right person who who can be invest in this bank, be part of this collective. So maybe you are the funding bodies, or actually this is the BES, and or maybe you are art collective, or others. Maybe you are an artist or other things that maybe have kind of the good opportunity or lucky to have the how do you call it, like the kind of the financial security. But then, as you know, that probably you keep your money in the bank, but then the question that we want to kind of elaborate in this forum, it's how can we imagining a bank that also can be financial, something that do for other people's. And we try to kind of the open up the discussion, sharing what we are already doing, our portfolio, etc., through this bank, and also what kind of mechanism that we kind of experiment with this bank. Yeah, and that's what we want to kind of the as a marketing strategy. That's banking need a revolution. And here is the Mother Banks. This is our principles. So for us is first like the customer itself as the investor. And the second principle is we investing time, energy, thought, and to create the activities to benefit for the others, and also acknowledge our places, our local places, the village, with all the resource and culture as the source of life, and encourage the economic independence for all groups, also commitment to the women roles in advancement of the village. This is what we are try to implement. Yeah, this is actually part of our installation in Biennale, in Jogja Biennale 2021. Yeah, and we also kind of we try to also presenting this collective as a bank, as a real bank, and we will explain more later.
Thank you, Ismail. So now I was going to just describe some of our humble origins and how our project kind of came about from a desire to find new ways of working in post-industrial contexts. From the context in West Java, where the village of Wattis is based, as part of a collection of 16 villages that make up Jatiwangi, that is the home of the Jatiwangi Art Factory. And we started to work together by thinking how this landscape of West Java could resonate with other landscapes internationally. This is the landscape familiar in post-industrial North in the UK, from the village of Marsden, where I grew up. So we started to think of how we could combine our efforts and through unity, through friendship and cooperation, start a new way of working together. And to do this, we founded the first organization we called the West Yorkshire, West Java Cooperative Movement, and started to produce many projects, residencies, exchanges, films, cooking clubs, picnics, and other activities, collaborated with different community groups from members of a biker gang, had residencies. So here's Ismail Bonga in the West Yorkshire landscape, and also have exchange back and forth. So we started to work in this way. But obviously these ways of working kind of came up against a crisis that I'm sure you're all familiar with, when the pandemic arrived. And we had to also rethink then maybe latent elements of the project to consider what it was we were doing, how we could work together, and how we could work together in more equitable ways for a kind of greater good, and how we could use maybe some of the funding we'd raised to cover travel to go into other opportunities. And so with the pandemic, we also arrived at a crisis point, but also arrived at a way to rethink how we work together and rethink that in connection to the locality and think in a more local way. And so now I'll pass back to Ismail, who'll introduce to you the locality within which the Mother Bank is sort of situated.
So, yeah, I will start with the story where how we start. Yeah, actually in 2020, me and Ismail supposed to have a residency in UK, but as a pandemic happened and everyone's needs to stay at home. So we starting what we can do instead of spending money for the travel. We changed the idea and how to put the money to and investing the money into our local activity. When the pandemic came in Indonesia, the economy started collapse, and everyone's lost the job and everything. Also in my village, because most of the people in my village working as daily, and so they lost the job, and then the new opportunity to get the money come from the bank, informal bank, or in our village we a weekly bank to lend money for mothers, usually with the quite high interest, like 20% interest, and the mothers have to pay weekly, and they gather in one of the house of the neighbors, and they start to they spend almost 2 hours for the administrative activity. They sing the march and also make a promise together, something like this. It's like kind of like a ritual. The idea started from there, how to make the similar bank with almost the same, the same rules, but with no interest. So what we do is to convert the interest, the 20% interest, into the commitment to working together. So our first experiment, we are working with like 15 mothers from our neighbor. We spend our residency money to make a
Loan.
Yeah, loan for each member. Like they around 2 million,
Yeah.
around 2 million for each person, and then we committed to work together for 9 months, to working together to spend this 20% interest and convert into energy and time to work together. So the first project that we do together is to plant cassava in one of our land of our member, because it's empty. So we asked her to lend her land to us, and we started to work together. We plant cassava, we convert into flour. Yeah, because why cassava and why flour? Because it's also related to the food system in Indonesia. We spend a lot of flour. We consume, but we don't plant the tanaman. Bukan, bukan.
The wheat.
Wheat.
Yeah, we imported from the Australia. So this is like the idea is try to really make our community to be sovereign from the food consumption and food system. So we plant cassava together. We try to make the flour, and we use this flour for most of our members because they are selling like snack, like fried snack, something like that. So yeah, we're working with them like for 9 months. We plant until we harvest the cassava and etc. And after that, we started thinking to make our own market. So we make our own market in our village. All the seller is the member of the mother bank. Yeah, they sell the local food from our and the source come from our own land, because we also plant something like this. This is our activity. We also planting rice with our method called supranatural farming. So the idea to how to consume our own food and selling it in this market. So all the members of the mother bank became a tenant. The market is located in our village. So the rules is to use our own food, organic, and mostly coming from our local taste and local recipe. This market is quite important for us because it really help us to improve the economic condition, because the approach that we use the organic food coming from our land, and the customer the market's quite popular in our village, so it really helps. We don't stop with the activities like with the land, related directly with the land, like planting and trying to experiment with the recipe and everything. So we also do residency, try to go expand our experience, because most of our member never travel outside of the village. Like most of our members also never use train, something like that. So when we got the offer to our residency, it's also important for us to meet with different people, with different institutions, to expand our view about what does it mean to have
Oh, we maybe lost the signal. So as we wait, I think we might have just lost Ismail and Bunga. But as Bunga was describing, the activities have sought to kind of enrich this community, but also try and expand its reach. And as part of that, the activities have been led by the kind of members of the bank. And so one of the recent developments, as well as looking at issues around agriculture, around kind of marketplace, has also been about how to empower members of the community. And so what we've sort of structured is the kind of investment portfolio. We have the cassava field, we have the market, and the third element of the portfolio I want to introduce to you now is what we call the Mother Bank Band. So during the second cycle of the loan, we talked with the mothers about what they would like to do with, and what other activities we could support or fund, thinking maybe we could bring in an economist to talk with them or someone like this. But their proposal to us was they wanted to do a creative project, and the creative project they were interested in was to work with music. So we started to work together to facilitate the mothers to work with members of Jatuangi's musical program, and set up at the Jatuangi Art Factory, and started to develop songs to kind of support the mothers to kind of learn instruments, to play together, and to sort of come together in a kind of new way to also kind of spread the sort of message about the organization and the way that they work to kind of empower members of the community. And so this group we then labeled as the Mother Bank Band, and have kind of launched now with a performance, opening performance at the Jogja Biennial, in which they performed their 4 key songs. And at that point, they also received a record contract. So they're now working on their first album. So the project has also taken these very interesting and kind of holistic and routes that it's kind of evolved and been very much taken on by the kind of women there, who we've tried to facilitate to kind of enable these different ambitions to kind of come to fruition. So maybe to give you a sense of what that's like, I can play you now a brief extract from the live performance of the Mother Bank Band as they performed in the Jogja Biennial.
Sambut Mother Bank! Sambut Mother Bank!
Yeah, that's our, actually that's, we are living together. I mean, that's mother is our neighborhood. So I mean, within this bank, it's make us have now like kind of more time to hang out together. And then this band also one of the, after we hang out and then first season planting cassava and then making a market. So how if we make a band? So and then that's the idea come from. And then the song is we made from our activity about cassava planting, about the industrial transformation that happened for us, for example, make us very difficult to cross the road because a lot of worker, etc. And then how the kids also always asking the money for buying some local fried chicken. So that kind of song also based on our daily life. So yeah, I think and yeah, I think maybe we can discuss more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ismail, Bunga, and George. That was truly exciting to listen to your presentation. In many ways, both India and Indonesia are similar in terms of having very large populations, both developing economies, playing a pretty central role in global terms. So since we have two of our next speakers who are also from India, Ravi and Vivek, maybe I would request them to come up on the stage and share their thoughts and views while we have a Q&A with the audience on the presentation that you just heard. I'll take some moderator privilege and maybe shoot off the first question, if that's okay with the others. Come, Vivek. Vivek is an artist, and he will also be presenting a little later. And Ravi, if you are there, please. Well, there's Ravi, yes. Welcome. Okay. So my question, let me frame this properly. There are two parts to the question. One is that it's a unusual or an unconventional approach to what otherwise would have been done via a more traditional, conventional route of having an NGO which works in rural development and empowerment. And that question is to George, that what is the relationship between Jatawangi Art Factory and the effort to create financial security? And to Ismail and Bunga, and I go back to that video which you showed us, which is quite interesting to see, which is the Mother Bank Band. Because I think in many ways, the Mother Bank Band represents all the complexities and possibly even the challenges that you face in your work. how easy or difficult was for the community, question to Bunga and Ismail, to accept what seems to be very contemporary and modern? I may be wrong, but am I imagining a more conservative society that is taken to this so well? And it seems to be, they seem to be having a good time. So George first, and maybe then Ismail and Bunga.
I think it's great, and it's great that I think having a good time is important. And one of the things we were interested is how we could maybe like reappropriate some of the language of NGO, but to try and change the way that might function. And to change the types of relations that could exist within that, and also to kind of make it more playful in terms of how we could use those rules or use those kind of conditions. And very, simply, the project came, with the kind of pandemic, there was a need, to try and something we'd been trying to think about is how to develop more horizontal structures of support. And the pandemic kind of accelerated that, and it felt like we needed to also work more on projects about redistribution, which we'd attempted through supporting other artists and commissioning, but thought, okay, we need to look at that in a very localized way. So that's the kind of prompt. And the prompt then was to also kind of, the financial situation as Bunga described, and a way to how we could intervene into that very real need on a community level, but to use art to kind of facilitate that. And I think the key thing for me, or the inspiration I get from working with Jatuangi Art Factory, is that provide many models for ways of reappropriating local government strategy, national policy, development policy, but trying to look at it from a kind of more grassroots level, or kind of use art to kind of creatively play with the kind of language of development, as well as also a subversive strategy. So that was kind of central to what we were thinking. But I'll let Ismail and Bunga talk more to the reception in the village and how they responded.
Yeah. From maybe I starting first. I think I really interesting to the when you mentioned about the having a good time. For me personally, I think that's also kind of the investment, I guess, having a good time, and that's what we want to also try to kind of experiment in here in this mother bank. Firstly, because like we are kind of always meet mostly every day, because they are our neighborhood, and then we also have a good time also together, and then also this bank also starting from something that we always heard also part of our daily life about they become kind of loan to the informal bank, etc. And then so we try to starting from that, and so it's also very easier to us to that's why we choose the reappropriate the existing informal bank, but then modify a little bit. And and when we talk about you can loan from us but without interest, but then you can spend, we can have a good time together, or you can spend your time to make something together. And there's, I don't know, maybe that's make how to say, like, easier to accept as well, because the language also coming from the daily language as well. And then when we try, for example, make a band also, it's not something that from starting from the artistic idea, but it's more like, so after what else that we can do after we make a cassava planting, after we make a market, and etc. And how if we make a band? And then they are also very exciting, because how to say, like, it's tell also about their story, etc.
But the story, and also music. Everybody loves music, and also we have, like daily having fun. The way to having fun is we call it joget. Joget is like dancing. So it's really for them, it's really a fun thing to imagine to have a band
And they love karaoke as well, right? They are
the karaoke and also perform in the big stage and going and travel to another region. And
after we make
because like when we ask them to come to Jogja for the Biennale, they don't really really think about the exhibition itself. Actually, they think about how to go to the temple, Borobudur temple, and the beach after the exhibition, something like that. So
or picnic,
it's the opportunity to go outside from the village and picnic and to make their family proud when they are on the YouTube and something like that. I think it's not really difficult.
Yeah, and also when we inviting for residency and we said, let's go picnic again to another city, and then we say then there is in that village also there is mothers who make a pottery, and then they are very exciting because they playing the instrument but they cannot make the pottery, so they can learn how to make the pottery, and then also the mothers.
Other mothers able to create pottery but cannot.
But they didn't play the music, so we collaborate to making a song together and then playing together in the end. So yeah, I think having a good time is a very we are very related to that word, I think. So this is
thank you for sharing those views. The pandemic in India really exposed the vulnerability of people who live on the margins, who are directly dependent on natural resource economies. And another presentation which is coming up soon by Ravi is going to possibly expose us to these marginal spaces. Maybe I can request Ravi to sort of join the dots between what we are hearing from Indonesia and what you have seen and what you're going to talk about.
So thank you for this really inspiring project, and if I'll call it more than a project. It's like a reassertion and reinsertion into a global economy which is so centralized to look at what's happening on the ground. I was just thinking of, I know a few initiatives which are happening in this part of the world where I come from, of embedded empowerments with people who come from an arts background but also go back to the community, and few of them as well, and I know other people in the room also work with some of them. Is there a thought about linking with them, like creating a new community of partnerships, not in a resource space, but as a partnership of ideas, partnership of solidarity across geography, especially in a South-South geography where there are different cultures, but the global pressures are very similar. The frameworks in which agriculture is proceeded with are very similar. And they're trying to revive, for example, Shweta Bhattad from the Gram Arts Group in Nagpur has been working. She comes from a sculptural background as a performance artist also, but has been working with local community through her group, trying to revive 3 other of organic cotton, which has been lost. Short staple cotton, but working with communities and working with the idea of khadi and the Gandhian idea. So, and they're different, but they have similar kinds of values and desires in that sense. And there are others like that. Asta Chauhan, who's sitting here, can also guide you to some communities in the Himalayas. It'd be lovely for me to see a kind of network of communication and solidarity. Because the question always is, having worked in this area for a long time, is to how to keep the spirits alive, how to keep the energies alive, how not to feel isolated. So,
Ismail, Bunga, or George, if you can respond to that.
Maybe I just add a little point, but I think it's more for Ismail and Bunga. But I think that issue of how to learn and exchange and think about a bank in a broader meaning of those resources, that I think how artist groups can share and work together, but think about the assets that are maybe inherent within those practices, which can be exchanged or which can be shared, was really central to our thinking. And just here, the slide shows we also kind of co-opted kind of iconography that tried to refer back to other histories of these types of organizations to try and also extend that life in a way. So we have the kind of logo is based on this, the Indonesian women's movement, Gawani, their kind of central logo. There was an organization that existed in the 50s up to 65 with the coup. And also drawing on this, the butterfly pea, which is a, underutilized crop. It's also prevalent across Southeast Asia, to try and link that symbolically to both the kind of history of types of collective practice or solidarity movements, and also new kind of maybe ecological movements that could twin in there. But I'll let Bunga and Ismail can talk more about those other networks as well.
Is it frozen? Bunga, Ismail? Looks like. Okay. While they get up there, they are. Bunga, Ismail, we can see you. Maybe you can.
We try to close the video, but yeah,
we can hear you.
Yeah, I think that's also always become kind of the how to say, like, discussion, because for us it's more like we also kind of very awkward when we say that we are working for the community, but maybe we are more like say that we are working as the community itself, because for example, what we are facing now in the Jatiwangi here is the context of hello?
We can hear you. Bunga Ismail, are you there?
I think the connection is very bad.
Yeah, but now you can hear, okay? Yeah. Yes, so working as a community, more like for us, like we are the community with these mothers. We are living in the one village together. We are neighborhoods, and it's more like how we can also village is part of the projecting, will be projecting as the golden industrial area, yeah, which is supporting by the international airport, highway, etc. So we decide to make this bank also because this kind of the how we can be also still a subject in this kind of transformation. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody from the audience, Vivek or others, would like to ask something to the speakers? Okay, maybe Vivek, since you also deal with, particularly in your work presently in Munnar, you're trying to discover crops, plants which were there in the past, underutilized, just like the butterfly pea thing in the logo in Indonesia. And why is it important for this financial security for people who are trying to eke out a living directly from land? And what has your experience been, and what do you see resonate with what you're hearing from Indonesia?
It's nice to see that such activities are happening all around the world, and I mean, creative people are coming into this premise, because there's a lot of people that are coming out of it, coming to the cities, and due to various reasons. Now, I mean, due to various reasons means this climate change and all that, that is the reason. So there are also people who are going back to showing different ways of practicing production of food and livelihood also. So I think it is very important. I mean, that's what we are all engaged in, basically. I mean, we are trying to create a very extreme biodiverse kind of, like you have the sweet, I mean, what is it, in Norway you have that seed bank. Similarly, we are having associating with a lot of custodians of genome plant material, and who have been keeping in that for a long time. I'm doing a small documentary on that. And recently, one of our friends was given a Padma Shri this time for the seed. I mean, like preserving seeds. Rametan, we call him Rametan, Chervail Raman, actually. So we were thinking they should get Bharat Ratna, because these are the heroes of the times. There are people having hundreds of, I mean, 500 varieties of bananas, or and these are not like the government department might have like 6 or 7. Like if you go and try to make a collection from them, but these people have gone all around the world and all around the country and managed to collect so much kind of plant material, like tubers, like there are so many. I mean, so very happy to see this happening there. Yeah. And also they're having fun also doing it, which is even better.
Thanks, Vivek. Just before we close, maybe I would like to give the last word to the speakers before we move on to the next presentation. George, Ismail, Bunga, closing thoughts from you.
Yeah, I think I would, really agree with those sentiments. I think that, the maintenance of, biodiversity is so important. And I think one of the things we got was, that's really central that Ismail was talking about is that, Wattis is within a new economic development zone, a new area, which is a new area because the adjacent areas have been so badly poisoned. So now the industrial region is moving to their region because it still has room to be, kind of industrially farmed. So this issue of diversity on one side, but also the kind of important thing that I think a lot of the Jatuangi's work is orientated towards is also ways of reclaiming land or kind of making a stake in land to kind of defend as a defensive strategy, and a defensive strategy against kind of new reindustrialization in those territories. And I think that is really kind of at the heart of a lot of this work that maybe starts in a very local way. The cassava plantation that they took was land that was effectively owned by the Air Force, the Indonesian Air Force, that was never properly kind of acquired. And so to plant there was also to start to kind of really restake a claim. So one of the strategies in also kind of hacking these methods is also to kind of support claims and to build up the kind of fortification within communities to help kind of have a say in the management of that land and that territory.
Thank you, George. Ismail and Bunga, if you're there.
Yeah. I hope the sound is clear. Yeah, for us, this kind of practice, for us is kind of a survival mode of strategy. Because we are the position of us is very vulnerable as a people in the middle of the big industry coming, and also the kind of the new development that, of course, the main paradigm is the profit, the big profit for in new industry. So this
Okay, I think we've lost the connection again. But anyway, thank you so much to George, to Ismail, and to Bunga. That was really exciting to hear this very fascinating work that you all are doing in Indonesia, and all the best. And I think, George, you leave now and you join a little later.
Yeah.
You do. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you to Ismail and Bunga too.
Yes.
Okay, so in many ways, sometimes environmentalism is an individual response because it's an emotional issue for all of us. But I think what we are finding here is that how we respond to it as a collective. And there is also this struggle between all of us about a we versus I. And the next presentation is going to be, it's got an interesting title, Hosting Lands. It's by Dia Antonsen and Ida Benke from the Laboratory of Ecology and Aesthetics in Denmark, and they are along with Aziza Hamal. Dia Antonsen and Ida Benke are founders and curators of LAE, which was established in 2014 as an independent curatorial and publishing platform for artistic work. So may I now request all three of them to give us a glimpse of their work in the project Hosting Lands.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Is it working? Yes. So let me just, yeah, I'll just share. So is it working? Can you see our presentation?
Yes, all good.
Wonderful.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to partake in this program. We feel quite humble to be part of the...
Sorry to interrupt. Could you zoom out the image? We are having the first line cut. You zoomed in. You have to just zoom out a bit.
The other way.
Oh,
yes,
is it?
That's good.
Okay.
The full screen was cutting off some of the...
Oh, really? Okay. But now what do you see? Do you
We can see the full screen, yes. We can see the other slides, but we'll live with it.
Okay. I'm not sure why is that, but it's okay, right? I mean, let's just,
It's
all right.
Fine. Well, I just wanted to express that we feel humbled to be part of this inspiring program with all these amazing people and communities that are doing such important and transformative work. We are only Aziza and Dia today here. Ida Benke couldn't join us, my co-partner in the laboratory. And we're here today to give you a small introduction to the exhibition project Hosting Lands that we're currently working on. And we want to emphasize the fact that we're now just in the first year of a 3-year project. So we're in the very beginning of this journey. And since Hosting Land is a long-term commitment to the lands upon which it dwells, and the community it engages and the futures that it wishes to set in motion, it is a project that demands a lot of time and a lot of connecting and a lot of deep work. So everything that we are presenting to you here today, it's all dreams, ambitions, and goals, and is still quite speculative in that sense. Hosting Lands is a rural exhibition movement that explores questions and practices around planetary care, practices of hosting and belonging to land. Hosting Land is a decentralized exhibition movement that engages artworks as living practices and aims to establish infrastructures for reimagining and transforming the everyday towards more caring, sustainable, and livable futures. Hosting Lands collaborates with artists, collectives, and communities that employ activism, social organizing, and resilience work at the very heart of their practices.
Okay. Yes, I'll just start by presenting the curatorial team. Yeah, again, thank you so much for this invitation, and so happy to be part of this. Yeah, so I am myself Aziza Harmel, based in Tunisia. I'm a curator. We, Hosting Lands, are together with the forest curriculum with curator Abidjan Toto and the scholar Pujita Guha. Who are based in Berlin and California, but they are very much active in the forest belt, Zomia, in Southeast Asia. And then Denmark-based curatorial collective laboratory for aesthetics and ecology. So curators Dea Antonsen, who is with us here today, and Ida Benke. And Jette here, Jin Mortensen, who is an artist and permaculture practitioner that is joining the laboratory for Hosting Lands. Yeah, each of our curatorial voices are working from a specific context. Each one of them is bringing their communities, creating a dialogue and synergy, and activating solidarity among these localities, their ecological, cultural, material, and political contexts and struggles. Pivoting around the interconnected landscapes of the ruin, the field, and the forest. Hosting Lands is an exhibition about building alliances, commoning, making scatter wholes, surviving intensively, thriving within the ruins of late capitalism and colonialism. The act of living is a dialectic between ruination and hope. The exhibition situates itself within an open yearning and collective call for a radical reimagination of what it means to grow and flourish amidst the ruin, a call for a configuration of our relations to land and to each other. Taking the ruin, the forest, and the field as three different but interwoven approaches to land, this exhibition works from a distributed model that goes beyond binaries of urban and rural life, farmed and forested land, cultivated and cultivation and ruination.
Yeah, we're just gonna go through the sites that we'll be working with here in Denmark, where I'm based. Of course, these different towns and rural sites will be, just names for you. So I hope it's not completely abstract. But the project will be moving between offsite exhibition initiatives and communities working around soil activism and art in Denmark and beyond. And we have identified for now, but the project is also changing a bit as we're moving forward. But for now, 6 communities and practices throughout Denmark. And Denmark will be kind of the main hosting country of Hosting Lands. We will be working with Shepherd Berit Killerich, who's living and working at the heathlands of Western Jutland. We'll be working with Oxer, a collective working around water ecologies and maritime cultures from a boat in the harbor of a very small fishing town called Abeltoft. We will be working with 80-year-old artist and weaver Annette Holdesen, who's been living and working from a rural country house in Lykkegravene, close to the town Odense. An artist collective called På den anden side, on the other side, working towards commoning a conservative farmland at Møn, and do regenerative soil work and build rural learning spaces with the local School of Life. We'll be working with poet and activist Shukufetide Jone Heiberg with her small garden in a village called Kalvehave. And an urban community platform, so there is one urban site called Tevex to the Walls. It's located in a social housing area in Lundtoftegade in Copenhagen, where around 2,000 citizens and about 40 nationalities live together. And these sites will be the hosting lands of the project and hold residency with international artists, local communities engagements, public gatherings throughout the duration of a 3-year exhibition cycle. And yeah, as mentioned, we're just getting started. So we're just gonna mention a few of the artists and collectives that we are gonna work with as a part of hosting lands. The first one is Jenny Laiti, who's a Sapmi artist and activist. Jenny will be working with the Indigenous Climate Futures Embassy. Laiti has invited a community of indigenous artists and climate activists and communities across Sapmi, Yakutia, Kalalit Nunaat, Autorea, and Denmark to engage in indigenous climate solution and climate futures. Laiti describes the Indigenous Climate Embassy as a multidisciplinary, futuristic, and anti-colonial art and activist project. It is a nomad performance, an installation, and an indigenous space for creating real-time climate solutions and other kinds of indigenous climate futures. The community will be working with indigenous collective intelligence, traditional indigenous crafts, land-based community art around indigenous rights, indigenous climate futures, and climate justice, indigenous knowledge and indigenous imaginary to bring back lands, bring back oceans, bring back the snow and the ice.
So after this, I'll be talking about Rahima Gambo, who is a Nigerian artist. And just to mention, like, the starting point of her work, and like a really important central question that she asked, and which is, can we walk as a response to this? So basically, it is a question that she asked in the face of trauma. So where language fails or doesn't suffice, like, the artist turns instead to walking as a practice. In 2019, she founded the Mobile Artist Run Space, a walk space to explore the interdisciplinary intersection of moving image. For Gambo, the road is a space of perception, production, and reproduction. In other words, it is her studio. Walking as a practice can be an individual process, or situating one's own relation to their surroundings, but can also be shared and can be a shared and a collective process of relating to new environments and mapping collectively. In Denmark, Gambo will be working around the shepherdess life on the heath, to revisit the image of heathlands as historically developing as a counter figure of nature to the 20th century industrial agricultural logics and livelihoods. She will be looking into pastures of plenty and floristic multiplicity that can emerge in the deep-seated human heathland assemblage, and their potential for rethinking alternative, sustainable forms of agro-environmental use and food culture. There.
Yeah. And we will be working with the Rice Brewing Sisters Club, a South Korean collective who works with the concept of social fermentation as an art form. Their mythology engages with the concept of social fermentation with the medium of rice, and they expand the concept of fermentation beyond the biochemical transformation to an open-ended social practice. They invite audiences and communities to engage in sensorial and relational processes with human, non-human entities. And they work with different collective knowledge-producing situations, as they call anti-wisdoms, such as brewing, fermenting, drawing, writing, dancing, karaokeing, filmmaking, ecological thinking and mapping, and folktale storytelling. The sisters, they have worked with the multiple independent farmers, brewers, writers, artists and theorists, and community organizations to form alternative chains of food productions and economies that support independent, often female farmers. And here in hosting land, they will be working with a community of young kids in the urban side of the Lundtoftegade, the urban side of hosting lands. Moving to another artist, Annette Holdesen, the artist and weaver Nette Holdersen, who has lived in this small rural house at the countryside for over 50 years now. She's a sculpturist working with willow weaving and with crafts relating to maintaining the rural home, such as sewing and knitting. She works with the materials from the environment around her, wool from the local shepherd cutter, surplus materials from the farms around her or the clothing factories nearby, willow from the forest, or it could be a friend's beard or chest hair. Holdersen's home has always been open to everyone, and it has been a gathering point for the local community. Her garden is full of these super amazing tiny houses, containers, and shelters that relatives, artists, and people who needed a home has built for themselves and lived, and taking over by others if people moved out. So to us, Lykkegraune is a place of radical hospitality, and together with the Nette Holdersen granddaughter, Sophia Luna Porter, who is a young art student, we hope to shape a residency program for young female artists from around the world. And while we work on this long-term plan, Lykkegraune will be hosting a series of residencies for international artists working with weaving, as well as a program around the art and politics of hosting. But as we mentioned a few times, this is the first year of our project. We are dedicating this whole year to instituting, to departing, to orientating, to meeting, to moving and searching together. And we're working with a long list of amazing artists and communities that we're just beginning to meet for the first time. We have the first residency starting in March. So a lot will be brewing throughout the next 3 years, and hopefully shape long-lasting changes in our landscapes and our worlds. And Cesar, you will be introducing just to finish, some core values that we have been working with.
Yeah, so we have been trying to put together some core values that we are sharing and developing together with really all the collaborators, so like the curatorial team, but also all the artists and the sites. And so these are, let's say, the starting point from where we would like the conversation would elaborate. So non-extractive exhibition format, working site responsible and site responsive, cultivating responsibility in communities and landscapes, translocal alliances building, connecting struggles and activating solidarity, reinstalling and reimagining the commons, who belongs to these imaginary commons, mobilizing around land and food justice, shaping rural learning sites of radical pedagogies.
Yeah, and just a finishing sentence that in hosting lands, all of these exhibition sites will be hosting spaces where we gather around artworks as we gather around the bonfires. They're radical pedagogies and rural learning sites whereupon commissioned artworks will function as infrastructural hosting elements. We include a spiritual aspect in every work we do. That was it from us.
Thank you so much, Tia and Aziza. That was truly wonderful. We had planned to do a Q&A once we also have Ravi and Vivek presenting. But again, I'm using moderator privilege, and I was dying to ask you the question. Why did you name it the Laboratory of Art and Aesthetics?
Well, actually, you with that question, you hit kind of a sore spot. I think this points back to when Ida and we established the laboratory in 2014, when we just finished our master students at university, and we had this. There was a lot of international questions around ecological crises, responses to that we were very interested in the time, and I think this was kind of the starting point, and this, I think, the laboratory pointing towards maybe a space of experimenting, but also of failing and fumbling with different questions. Now we've been working for almost 10 years as an independent curatorial platform, and a kind of, here in Denmark, a semi-established unit within the self-organized scene. Of course, not in the big institutional scene, but and now we're kind of stuck on it, and I think we would actually love to change our name, but now we're just beginning to have luck with funding this exhibition project, and also why we kind of here presented a little bit as a speculative work for now. We were awarded 5 million Danish kroner from the Bikuben Foundation, a Danish foundation, for this vision exhibition idea. I don't know, changing our name, we would kind of have to maybe start all over. So we're sticking to it, even though I think what we would love to be called, it would be like Center for Soft Resistance. That's more how we feel the work we're doing right now.
Aziza?
Yes, hello.
What's the power of aesthetics?
The power of aesthetics. Wow, why would I have to answer this? But this was really something I was actually thinking. We were thinking about this because you know, I really love the name of ecology and aesthetics, because I do believe that, you know, as much as aestheticizing could be a dangerous endeavor, you know, I think aesthetics is really part of any thing related to art, and to think also as relating to the world, you know, by working, you know, as cultural workers, and by working in the art field, because we're not going to deny that even though all these matters are you know, of course, you know, going, like, you know, more towards politics, you know, and not just political, but like really towards politics, because we're also working, you know, with parliaments and stuff like that, and also like and legal material. It is always with also an aesthetic dimension. So it is about poetics. It is about attention to our surrounding. It is about it is about aesthetics and not about aesthetizing. So it is, I think, I'm not sure to say like what is the power of it, but I would say maybe the power of it would be like to dismantle apprehension, you know, and have more attention, you know. So this would be for me like the kind of the relation, you know, and also like, I mean, we are curators and artists, you know, so aesthetics is always somehow, you know, part of it, you know. We might also fight it, we might, you know, but I think also we work with a lot of activists and you know, or indigenous communities that do relate to the world, you know, and like do not make a differentiation between art making and living, you know. So this is of course an aesthetic experience of life, you know. And this sounds dangerous and a bit, you know, like something that we could like unfold, you know, but I think it's still important to say it this way.
I think both your presentation and your comments and thoughts have really got people thinking here, and I think there are people who are wanting to engage, and maybe we can take one or two quick comments or questions, and then we'll move on to Ravi. You had your hand up.
So, thank you. I'm in the audience here. So thank you for this great presentation. Congratulations on the success of this thing semi-established, but you're on your way. I just have a question. I hope it's not putting you in a spot, but maybe you've thought about it. From my understanding, land is not the same as physical land. Land is actually an ontological term, not only an epistemological term. And different cultures evoke the idea of land differently. Part of the problem of the nature question is the unification of the idea of land as property, or so when you bring in outside Denmark from, I see Dharmendra there in your list of projects. Dharmendra's history, I know the artist, he comes from a particular kind of idea of land. How would you curatorially engage with this complex question of land, which in Denmark appears very different than where Dharmendra comes from? And it's all where from somebody from an Amazon Indian person might come from, or a Peruvian person can come from. And there's been a lot of anthropological work about somebody saying, I am the land. So how do you, when you bring it to a common platform, how do you avoid the risk of propagating a narrative about land which goes into the capitalistic framework of land as property?
There, can I just say something, or you want to start by answering, or as you want? Well, I think it's definitely a risk. It is. I don't think there is anything that we can do here, together that doesn't take the risk of being part of the capitalist, project, because there is no exteriority to it. And this is one point. So I think, this should not stop us from doing things. I am Tunisian. I started working on this project. I've never been to Denmark before. So I was really questioning myself about these exact same questions, and I think it's just impossible to have one specific way of defining land. So, even though the word diversity is really problematic, it is still important to actually contextualize, each voice. But at the same time, we do really believe that there is a common struggle, that there is a certain resonance, within these struggles, and these resonances are for us a way of bringing solidarities and sharing resources and sharing knowledges, through these different ways of relating to land. But I think it's it's not a manifesto about land rights, because, we're going to buy a land in Denmark, and there is no way I can, work on that land the way as I would be working on a land in Tunis. It's just impossible. But there is still conversations and people that are going to, be there that for me will have a very important impact on my way to relate, on my locality, on my way to relating to land. So I think it's really about, it's about the resonance of a struggle, and about gathering and having different people discussing, over what is it that we actually could have, in common as a warrior, as a struggle. But at the same time, as a leftist, I still also have this really difficult and probably problematic also thing that I do kind of tend to believe in a kind of a global left, and that is not about universality, but it's still, it is still a desire to have a common front, let's say.
Yeah.
The second question. Hello.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think it's a very important question you raise, and I think it's also important to say that we're definitely not looking into universalizing. to identify maybe common struggles, but to also give space as a part of hosting lands for very different struggles and very different contexts and very different situations. So not everyone on our list will be coming to Denmark and working in Denmark. It could also be that they work from other places, working with their communities, with their land and their land struggles, and that we also, as a part of hosting lands in these, building up these trans-local alliances, figure out how to relate to each other or do bridge working in between these situations, working like apart and from different parts of the world. But you're very right. This project definitely holds a lot of dangerous paths also that we're mindful of, and also that's why we're really try to do slow curating in that sense, not to rush, to take time. We have a lot of discussions and also kind of disagreements in the curator team on how to approach this, and we really try to also to give that process a lot of space, because there is a lot of learning in just that before we start to engage with our artists and communities. So it's really like, you know, moving like in slow steps in that matter. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Vivek, you have a question.
Yeah, to Aziza. Like, does the metabolic rift, as Marx put it, or eco-socialism, does it have any? Does it inform your practice?
I mean, again, as a as a leftist, I mean, in some way it does. But I wouldn't be able to really respond on this. Like, what I can say is that there is like not really like a differentiation between the different layers that we are working with. So we do think about this separationist way of, you know, relating to I think you're stuck, like.
Yeah, Aziza, you can repeat the last few seconds because it
Oh,
was frozen.
Was it frozen? Okay.
Just for 30 seconds.
Yes. No, I said that we try. Let's say that there is a way of, you know, also to respond to the question before. There is like a non-separationist between different. Like different lands and different communities, but it's not that there is no difference, you know, there is just no separation. So, and that's also like in relation to different politics, right, or to different lefts, or to, you know, so it is about trying to find this common voice within, you know, within this difference. So this is a bit of a diplomatic answer, right? I mean, but I don't have another one, to be honest. Yeah.
Thank you, Aziza. Thank you, Dia. That was really wonderful. And now, may I invite Ravi Agarwal to come. Ravi is a writer, curator, campaigner. He began his work doing environmental campaigns. He had an NGO called Toxic Links, but now he is a well-established artist and truly engages in a meaningful way with environmental issues. He's going to talk to us about ecologies in transition, fragile landscapes, and the marginalized. Ravi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me, Mira, Srishti, Geeta. And it's a pleasure to be here. So I'll just quickly go into my presentation. And I have 15 minutes. So. So I'm going to quickly, because in the next 15 minutes, quickly take you through one one engagement I had with a fishing community close to here of the coast of Tamil Nadu. I've had several over the years, several engagements with different communities, and they've been kind of immersive engagements. This one was for 4 years between 2013 and 2016 end, and I'm going to start with showing you. This was presented as an installation. At the Kochi Biennial in 2016, and can you see it? Okay.
The cool blue flowers of the mooli plants.
Sorry.
With curved spikes. Travel in the.
Sorry, I have just to figure out how to stop. Let's share the mic. Can you tell me how to share the mic, please? Yeah, got it, I hope. Thank you. So I'll just quickly show you extracts of 2 films, and I'll tell you what about them, and then go from there.
Kuruntokai 51. Village Gossip. The flowers of the mooli plants with curved spikes travel in the wind and lie scattered all over this sand beside the waters, like pearls scattered from a broken necklace. That's what it's like where your man comes from. I adore him, your mother likes him, and your father approves of him. The village gossip too is afoot, connecting you with him. Kuruntokai 117. Rain-soaked water lily. An egret resembling a rain-soaked water lily was looking for prey. A crab saw him and panicked. Like an ox breaking loose from the herdsman's tether, he fell into his hole beneath the screw pine's roots. Your lover, you know, is from this coastal land. It is time he stopped his clandestine visits. However, you needn't worry for now. The bangle sellers have also bangles of a smaller size.
So these are hello. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I want to share first. Fine. Okay. So these are poems from 300 BC. They are called Sangam poetry. They're from classic Tamil. A language is now lost. And they existed from 300 BC to 400 AD. And there are 2 sections of that, though some of you might know Sangam poetry, but there are 2 sections of it. One is called the Akkam poetry or poetry of the interior, which really talks about the expressions of love in different landscapes. And the sea is one landscape. The Naidal in classical Tamil is the sea. And so these poems were, I was introduced to these poems while I was working with that community through a poetess who's a master poetess. And these are the two translations of it. On the other side of this room of installation, which this one, what you saw is actually, you actually saw the river through a porthole, and you sat in a recycled wood room and you heard this being played. On the other side, as you turned, you saw a bit of that. I'm going to skip. So, for the sake of time, I'm going to sort of move on. These two images, these two videos, actually pretty much was saying what I wanted to say, which is that one side is the trajectory of the technological idea of ecology, which is what we see in the course, and that the text is from the diary I wrote. It's part of a practice, right? Artist diaries. And on the other side was, I wanted you to reimagine a relationship to nature, which was already evoked 2000 years back, and which is part of the language of this community I was immersed in and working with, and which gave you a kind of non-metaphoric idea of nature, where nature was a backdrop of human life. And it's not like in English Romantic poetry, where it's evoked for human life or for human beauty or aesthetic, but as a backdrop of human life existing. So there's a fine difference between how nature is mobilized as an idea or as a backdrop. And somehow in that is part of my core thinking about that the problem is how we relate to nature. That's a fundamental problem. And my quest with working with this community is, of course, to see what is going on with them in a very entangled and complex way, which I shall quickly demonstrate. But also, how do we go beyond into what I mentioned yesterday in my comment, a different trajectory, a different relationship of futures? And almost, if you want to evoke Karen Barad's term of onto-epistemological ethical way of how do you be somebody else in yourself as a person or as people or as a human being, and what relationships you have. And bound in this question to me is always what has always attracted or drawn me throughout my 35 years of work in this, is the idea of environmental justice. It's deeply concerned me. It's always drawn me to communities, to laboring communities, to farming communities, and to fishing communities. And within that idea of environmental justice is the idea of ecological landscapes and how the web of life exists in the ecological landscapes. And there the question of multi-species justice also comes very much integrally part of that, about respect, about personhood. And I recently did a project called Samtal Zamir on the idea of multi-species worlds. And so these questions about agency, about learning from other communities, and don't anyway suggest that we are going to go back to them, because communities itself is a very sort of contested word, because we don't want to go to feudal and highly gendered communities which don't have all the rights for everybody. This community also, there's communities in India, like in other hierarchical structures all over the world, also are born in a very caste equation. So these are scheduled caste, fishermen are scheduled caste communities. So there are many layers of social hierarchies which bring them different levels of invisibility. And of course, the non-human or more than human is completely invisible in that whole period of thing. So I see my role as an artist researcher is to think of these complexities. And then I also bring my hat as an environmentalist, having we started an environmental NGO 30 years back doing science-based research to see how these two knowledge systems interact, and how one is completely could be blind to the other. And I'm really interested in this art science thing as how we remove this blindness, these blind spots in what we don't see and what we need to know, because it's actually there. It's just we don't see it through one discipline or the other. And a bit on this community. This community is still till tsunami in 2004, and they still do. They were primarily using these boats you see, which is the katamaran, which is basically tied wood. It's a Tamilian word for tied wood. The word catamaran comes from that. I cannot sort of help always saying that how these words appear. And it is on this boat that they used to go 3 kilometers out, and at 4 a.m. in the morning, fish. They still do. Of course, now post-tsunami, they have now concrete houses which they don't sleep in. They sleep on the beach because they want to hear the sound of the sea. But they have got fiberglass boats now and engine boats. So that's the difference. So this was their primary hutment for a long time. Now there are tourists coming in, and there are people who are they can't make a living of this, so they're trying to invest in bigger boats, make life a business. And so there's been a long documentation engagement, and this is the beach as it looked some time back. You can see the stretches of beach, and there's just some glimpses of the daily life of the fishing beach there, which is increasingly becoming a tourist and a sports beach. But this is the beach there, and I'm sure you'll find many other beaches in this part of the Bay of Bengal, which look like this. And they are as I say, intergenerational fisher folk. So the fishers who have grandfathers, great-grandfathers fishing, but it's important to know that they don't want the children to be fishers anymore. In fact, I was told by one of my good friends there that he doesn't want even his son to even learn swimming, because he's worried he'll be attracted to the sea, and they want them to be bankers and to be engineers or whatever they can access, whatever education they can access. So with them, what disappears? What knowledge disappears? And the other question which constantly confronted me, because I was told as an environmentalist that you have to tell them about climate change. The sea is rising. And I said, you don't have to tell them about climate change. It's the way we produce science, because they can tell you about climate change. And I took this work, I was invited to the Havana Biennial. I took this work I worked for 3 or 4 weeks with the fishermen in Havana. And they said, we don't understand the language, we understand exactly what's going on there. So this idea that how science is produced, not as a demo instead of making them partners in knowledge production. And I think this is a really institutional problem of science, and where as an artist researcher, I feel almost compelled to say something which to some scientists might sound provocative. And these are just some glimpses, because 15 minutes can be very short a time to present a long project. And normally it's a 1.5-hour presentation. But I just wanted to glimpse that, all the rituals are to do with the sea. All the goddesses are to do with the sea. So the sea is not an entity for them. It is completely integrated in their lives. And I'll show you in one work I did in the end to do this. And I'm sure anybody paying attention to any such beach will see these images. So I'm not valorizing these images. I'm just saying the focus of what you go and see there, if you decide to see it, is this is what you will see. And there are three tasks which these people do. And just quickly. So one is at the risk of feedback. One is, of course, fishing. So that's one primary labor task to do. Second is fixing the boats. That's a second labor task to do. And sorry, I struggle with this. Fixing the boat. And the third is fixing the net. So that these are three primary, if you just pass down the primary task, which the men do. And the women, of course, appear on the beach so that as soon as the men come in, they are helping sorting out the fish. They're also selling the fish. And if you go to the fisher's market close by, you cannot but find some of the most vociferous women who can negotiate the life out of any man there. They really run the fisher market. So it's so these are obviously some images as an artist I create. This is about the idea of differential access to the catamaran and to the people of diesel boats, because the diesel boats do 20 kilometers. The catamaran still goes 2 kilometers, and further down are the big trawlers. So you see this differential access to technology, which you find. And you see the beach eroding at the same time. So it's not what changes are happening within the community, outside the community. What is local, what is global is no longer a question we can answer very easily. These are things you see on the beach because the sea is coming in, the sand is moving out, and this is an image, and I'm rushing through, I'm sorry, because of time. I don't want to stop Vivek's presentation, is that this is near an estuary. And the sand moves in a particular direction in winter and in summer. So there's an ebb and flow of sand, which is what creates the beach, which I learned actually firsthand there, is the sand is moving from the mountains, from the hills, through the estuaries, onto the sea, and that's what makes the beach. This is really sand from inland, which we don't see. This is the flow of sand, and if you stop the flow of sand, then actually the beach gets eroded, and you start making groins. And then you make one groin, and then it erodes, and you make another groin. You're in a cascading. So having also working with scientists at the same time, this is a...
The port or not, it is altering the coastline. It is, in the specific case, as I don't know if you're familiar, it's blocking that natural movement of sand that happens along the coastline. So every single day of its life, whether it's being used or not, it's blocking sand. It is interfering that natural flow of sand. And by the very fact that it is interfering with the flow of sand, it's causing an impact on the other side, of the coastline.
So just to reiterate that there are many aspects to this, and there's a science of sand movement, but there's also the culture of them knowing the sea in a sense, and they coexist. Of course, this is what's happening there. It's getting completely commercialized. The beach is a new place to go. And as an environmentalist, this is the other part what I do. We research. One of our works is in microplastics, and this is a study on microplastics. You find there in similar beaches. Microplastics start from 5 mm and less, and they go to nano levels. And the last report I saw 2 months back was microplastics in human blood. So there's everywhere, plastics and microplastics everywhere. And this is just a thing to show how the coastal line is being marked by microplastics. And this is just to the drift of the ocean currents. And these are pictures of one of the beaches in Cuddalore nearby, but also if you look at the idea of gyres, then the Indian Ocean gyres is one of the biggest repository of plastics just below Sri Lanka. But this is the final question I want to leave you with, that the question of what is nature, which always inhabits my practice, is that is nature a homogenizing word? And that's the question I had about land. That this idea, this trap of homogenizing nature as one thing, because relationships, nature might follow a certain set of rules, and it doesn't need us to do that. But how we bring nature into human society is not uniform. We bring it in different ways. We have cultural and social relation and livelihood relationships to it. And the question I was constantly asking is the sea I see, the sea he sees. Are we looking at the same object, the same thing, the same landscape? And it is not. It's not I, as an urban city dweller, saw the sea as beautiful or as stormy, as in this big sort of Turnerish ways, you know, the Renaissance paintings of this big landscape. But they saw the sea like this. They saw it in very functional ways in terms of livelihood, particular relationships, the everyday objects of it. And this is the installation I did. The work is called Rhizome, and you know the origin of that word. We talked about rhizome yesterday in one of the talks, in a sense that there's different structures through which we produce relationships to land. And I just want to leave you with that, that how do we know nature, which is a question which I constantly ask myself. Is it as far as we can see, or we know it in a certain way, and is it completely knowable without us? Is the knowing of nature not one of the most complex things we can know? And when we evoke that to get out of this capitalist technology trajectory, what has led us to climate change, do we not to learn from other communities that we need different trajectories which are still existing? We don't have to go to lost tribes in the Amazon to find them. They are within these landscapes. They're transiting. You can see them all over the place. You'll probably find them in a few kilometers of the Kochi Biennial itself. That if you look for them, these are, for me, harbingers of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I know that you have possibly triggered lots of questions for us to ask. We shall save that once we have the next speaker to come and present, and that is Vivek Vilasani. Vivek Vilasani, incidentally, is inspirational for this soil assembly today, because from the food forest work that he has been doing in Munnar, that's what triggered all the thoughts of various curators, Neil, Meena, and others. And thanks to Vivek, we are here. Vivek, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Where should I start? In 2008, we got this land in Munnar, which is 120 kilometers from here. And we had been reading about several agricultural philosophers, one by one, and had come to a point where it was time to do something about it by creating a space where we can actually demonstrate some of the things that we have learned from around the world, from different agricultural philosophers. One of the reasons this all started was in the beginning. Oh, sorry, I should talk about that. I didn't see the work. This is the work of mine. That was done in 2005. Yeah. Well, then I should start it in a different way, probably. Okay. In 2008, while we were buying this land, like a year later, in 2009, the Bolivian constitution, they redid their constitution and defined their aims as being eco-socialism. And we also had a tryst with socialism or Marxism. And in 1957, the Kerala government, I mean, the people voted for a Marxian government. And this created a lot of, earlier land was not owned by, it was owned by a very small community. And the rest of the people were all working, and problems of caste and all this was graded inequalities, and there were so many problems. So this new system, socialism, that came, did a lot of land reforms, which was the first time it was happening in the country. There are still several countries where we don't have these land reforms. Anyway, so, but that is on one side. Oh, these are just going like that, huh? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I'll come in between these works while I'm talking. If you put one by one, then I might have to speak of what it's about. Yeah. Okay. Now, this work might seem like a joke for many, but this was the kind of optimism that was there, and that carried on, produced these kind of naming or constructing identities using ideas. And this has always fascinated me, the availability of alternatives, whether it is in politics or religion or agriculture or anything. It fascinates me, like how people access a lot of information and how they make it their own. They internalize it and make it their own, and how they create identities using that. And a lot of these things happen very in strange ways. Like, who expected, like, somebody like from the Middle East to have what is it? Whose imagination, like, whose ideas Europe would take it like wholesale, no? And destroy all their small cultures or great civilizations that they had. So just like that, I mean, these things travel. The ideas travel in different areas, in different spaces, and they pop up in unexpected spaces. But there is a need for people to access these anyway. One of the things that interested me about this Bolivian eco-socialism was that it was Marx actually who said that about the metabolic rift that will happen in a capitalist agricultural industrial production situation. And that's very strange. Nobody talks about that, unfortunately. And there were so many other Marxians from the US and Australia and all, who also commented on the importance of this. Like, it was he who predicted the kind of climate crisis and all this ecological crisis that would come in the future. That's surprising. Now, there was a lot of in the early 90s. There was a lot of farmer suicides. And yeah, sorry. There were a lot of farmer. We were hearing a lot about farmer suicides, and this was this was like probably a first bioindicator of the climate crisis that would be obvious to everyone soon. And this is another. This work was actually done in '95 and shown at the Sharjah Museum in '96. It's called Secret Shadows. Okay. Anyway, like, it was after meeting one person who was doing agriculture in the hills. Like, his name is Gopalakrishnan and his wife is Vijayalakshmi. They had left their job as a school teacher, thought of homeschooling their kids, and then went to the forest, not forest, a hillock, and was inspired by Masanobu Fukuoka's One Straw Revolution. And he's the one who told me about Fukuoka, and this was sometime in '86. And he told me that the book was available close by, and so I went and got this book and read it in one sitting. I mean, a lot of people have told me they've all done it in one sitting. This was like a life-changing experience. After that, but I mean, so once you read that book, you'll feel like doing something like that. But then there's no land, and land came much later. So, but always this dream was there. And then, like others like Bill Mollison and David Holmgreen's Permaculture one, that was another very interesting book. So from that, I was interested in David Holmgreen's take on this permaculture. Like, I mean, earlier they thought about it as permanent agriculture, and then later on as permanent culture. Whether we need that permanent or whatever, like that is the word that has been coined. David Holmgreen was a designer, and his his take on it was that this is a design intervention, a kind of information design, and it can be applied to agriculture. Then later on, we heard about Ruth Stout Yeomans from Australia, who was doing the keyline thing, and sort of upgrading our knowledge on these agricultural practices. And meanwhile, we are also hearing about these farmer suicides, and then you are almost trying to tell them, like, hey, there is an alternative way of doing things, but you can't just talk about it and leave it at that. So it was important to finally show people that this is possible by an example. And then I was still pondering how to do this. And one of the interesting people I read about was Robert Hart. Robert Hart had started this thing, agroforestry project called Food Forest. And finally, he called it the Food Forest. So it's like making a forest, maybe like 7 layers of a forest, from the mycelium layer. I mean, ground covers, shrubs and creepers, and like that to a canopy layer. And strangely, when I read about his project, he had come to Kerala in I think 1945. He had come to India, and he was part of some network with looking at Gandhi's place or something like that. And later on, before he went back to England, Shropshire, I think his place he comes from, he traveled around the country. And when he came to Kerala, he could read the landscape, and he was quite happy that he discovered something. That like he had gone to some farm, and he had seen some 43 or something varieties of edible plants there, and he was shocked because most of them, like in Europe, they were heavily into monoculture by then, and here was a food forest. His interest in this reading of this landscape was that his brother was not mentally sound, I think, mentally and physically. And so he was always worried, like, what would happen to him after, Robert Hart would pass away. And when he saw this, and then he understood that, okay, now this structure, we can you hear me? Is it okay? Yeah. So this structure can actually be, there is a structure to it. Now we need to make it like a forest, so that one doesn't have to do too much, inputs to it. So that was his whole idea. And like 9 years ago, before I started this project, I went to see if I could see his farm in Shropshire, but I think the National Trust had taken it, and it was not available at that time. I'm to see allowed. Then there was his disciple or student called Martin Crawford. Martin Crawford was given this land by Schumacher College some 20 years ago to do a food forest. And it was interesting to see Martin Crawford's food forest. And he took me around, and so that's the last thing. And then I thought, like, I should do it, come and start work here. So that's how we got involved in this project. And for me, reading about this, what is it? Another important source of inspiration was these, what is it? This master from Korea, Cho Han-kyu. Cho Han-kyu had created this, I mean, Korean natural farming. Now they call it global natural farming, I think. And that was about actually taking microbes from the forest and multiplying them, and then applying them back into, inoculating them back into the mulch or the other, I mean, to the ground cover. This was also one thing that I was interested in. What I was trying to do was to integrate a lot of these aspects or these methods of creating this kind of a forest-like situation, or like a young forest. Something like we can make a microbial, a fungi rich soil, almost like a forest in around 10 or 12 years. And the other inspirations were Sepp Holzer from Austria, who was also doing this Hugelkultur. I mean, it's a German word, I may not be saying it properly. So these were the main inspirations. And the other one was using biochar, which is also another technique that the people from in the Amazon region was practicing long before Columbus had landed. So that was also like biochar is another extremely important source of sequestering carbon, especially in these times when people are worried about the climate crisis. One of the good things about biochar in agriculture is about they're very porous, and you can inoculate them with all these good microbes that you find around your house or from some local forest around, and you can house them in these what is it, in this biochar. And another technique while using biochar was to get wood vinegar out of biochar, so that you're not wasting, like the wood is being transformed into vinegar and what is it, biochar, without much waste. And this biochar will lay in the soil for thousands of years, I mean 1,000 to 2,000 years or something like that. So that is one good way of doing this. And so these were some of the practices that informs my this food forest that we are creating in Munnar. That is the, I mean, that's how we have designed it and doing it. But we are also trying to get as many plants from all over the world and seeing what will grow there. I mean, like the earth will decide what should grow there. We're not too worried about indigenous plants or anything, because we are still wondering when was indigenous. Because like when we look at the Indian subcontinent, we get what is it, salt from the Himalayas, Himalayan pink salt. Now the Himalayan pink salt is when the Himalayas were under the ocean, and these are like lakes and all that has become a thing. And another thing we notice is that in Munnar, near our place, we have rhododendrons that grow. I've seen that growing in the Himalayas, the lesser Himalayas, like Mukteshwar and all that. And we also have like the Himalayan marten. No, I mean, we call it the Nilgiri marten because the last ice age was quite, it thawed very fast. And a lot of these animals and plants and all got stuck in this, in these hills. So we have a lot of butterflies that the closest relatives you'll find us in the Himalayas. And plants also have been migrating. I mean, it takes maybe 10,000, thousands of years, but so we're not worried too much about the this indigenous aspect, because now in its crisis, some of these plants are like when they bloom, like it rains, so then the harvest is less, and then a farmer who has taken loan and all that will go and I mean, he doesn't know what to do, like he's trapped. And like that, a lot of farmers have been killing themselves. So these kind of things is what initially triggered the interest in this social ecological situation. And one of the answers to that or solutions that we are trying is this food forest in this integrated permacultural methods. Thank you. I should maybe talk about some of these works. This Cancer Express was done in 2018. See, one of the things that happened in after Nehruvian socialism was that we had this green revolution. We had milk revolution, so many things, white revolution and all that. The green revolution, like the farmers in Punjab were very enthusiastic, and I mean, the whole of the country was. But they were quite hardworking, and so they brought in all this new types of seeds, and slowly these seeds started having problem, like the crops started having problem. They started introducing pesticides, and also this heavy water, I mean, like not heavy water, like water consumption was too much, that like the water table started going down. Finally, it came to a time when the water table also got contaminated, and there were a lot of diseases coming out from Punjab. I mean, mostly cancer. Now, cancer is a very expensive disease to treat. But close to, like in Bikaner in Rajasthan, they had a Jain charity, big hospital that was giving free treatment for cancer. So the railways, they put a train from Bathinda to Bikaner. I think now they have extended it to Jodhpur, but and from a little further, the Amritsar, I don't know where. But the normal people call this train the Cancer Express. The train has a name and a number and all that, but people generally refer to it as a Cancer Express. And it is free for the cancer patient, and 25% for the standby who comes in this. So this has this is so I wanted to frame this as like that resonates the kind of ecological crisis and disaster that has happened in one part of the country, and the kind of solution that we are trying to provide for that. This is in Bikaner station. This is the earlier work. Next. This was a work actually I did first in 2000 in Delhi, and this was recreated actually later. Delhi was declared as the most polluted capital city. I mean, not the most polluted city, but most polluted capital city. So I had placed these. There is a art organization called the Khoj. So I placed these Tibetan rice paper on top of the roof of that, and every day I placed this 31 pieces, and every day I was removing one and spraying it and fixing the dust that atmospheric pollutants that had come on this paper. So here you have like month of May. So you have like this what is it, like grayscale of it rained in a couple of days. So that's why it's a little bit more muddy. I mean, but that happens there. So this was the and it's arranged like a month, like calendar. And I was doing a couple of works on the city, so this was like city fifth investigation. This one. Next. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And any questions? I have, but I didn't bring them. I have a lot. Like I would like to people to come there and see it for themselves, because if I show that, you might think I'm boasting. Like this. Yeah, it is better that you come there. People who come there are quite convinced. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Vivek. We've got 5 minutes before we move on for a presentation by Maya, Minder, and T. We'll take these 5 minutes to have a quick round of questions from the audience to any of the speakers on any of the issues that they spoke about. And we still have Aziza and Dia with us. That's great. You're both welcome to ask questions and be part of the conversation. Dia and Aziza, if you speak or ask, you can.
Yes. Yeah, I can maybe ask a question. Although I wanted to ask a question to, I mean, I have one for you, Vivek, but to the person who was presenting just before.
Ravi.
So, I mean, this is like the panel discussion, or is it just for the?
No, it's open. So
it is open.
Your question is for Ravi.
Yes, my question is for Ravi. I just wanted to say, I mean, first of all, thank to both of you for this really beautiful presentations, and it's very inspiring. And you know, like all these things that we've been talking about in hosting lands, it feels like, you know, like I see like that Ravi and Vivek have been like very beautifully implementing it already and like making it, you know, concrete on so many levels. So Ravi, I just to go back to your question, like to what you asked me, and then also what you asked everyone by saying, is the sea that you see the same that another person would see, right? Obviously the answer is no. But what does that change to the struggle, or to the endeavor that we will all have to kind of like be in? You know, is that something like, is this differentiation for epistemological reasons? Is it for political reasons? I mean, like, even though we acknowledge, right? I mean, we cannot but acknowledge there is this differentiation within, you know, within our ways of belonging. I think there is still something important to have in common. And how do you feel about that? Like about this idea of maybe global left?
So for me, it's not so obvious. You think it's obvious. I don't think it's obvious at all, because I think that part of the problem is the idea of nature as a uniform idea. And, you know, Amitav Ghosh writes, when he talks about the Bon Bibi legends in the Sundarbans, and he says in that community, the word nature is never brought about, is never spoken of, but there is always the idea of the environmental unconscious present in everything they do. So the idea of evoking nature into our language and glossary actually is the first point of separation and assumption that nature is one thing. And for me, it turns the question of nature on its head, Because if nature is not something which is given, then how's the word nature produced? So I've been currently doing this work and with literature and poetry on Black ecologies and Dalit ecologies. So if you read the idea of the history of the environmental justice movement, the idea of the environment is completely different than what the Wilderness Act of the US in, I think it was 1894, it was evoked. This idea of pristine wilderness, which was made on indigenous lands and was then declared as reserve forest by the then president, and it became the history of the Sierra Club and these big environmental movements we talk today. So I think the colonization of nature starts from there. And if you look at the writings of people like Mahesh Rangarajan and I'm talking from Indian perspective, but I've also done work in Scotland on the creation of the Scottish Highlands, how these nature is produced by evacuations, by denial in a power structure. So I think it completely changes from my perspective that nature is an idea produced in a social hierarchical way, and there's no way we can go from the outside and then evoke it and then hope to demystify it, because it is not the way to do it. It's like you have to reproduce it from. So I'm very interested in how nature, the nature is produced. And if you talk to people like Dharmendra, he'll tell you about his caste thing about grass, about when he was asked, because I'm telling you of a specific conversation I had with him, when he went to cut grass, he said, nobody can know what that meant, because every field which I was meant to cut grass from was owned by the upper caste. So how do I again cut? So what does the grass mean to him? So as an artist, I think this is the possibility which breaking the trajectories of received knowledge, which is deeply problematic from if you go on the ground. So when we talk of bringing indigenous knowledges back into the nature question, which is now very, very fancifully done across museums all over the world, the question is, what is the kind of conversation we can have with those knowledges? Because we don't know even where to start having that conversation. Yeah. So how to not homogenize, I think, is one of the primary thing I'm engaged with, that how to get out of this idea of the received nature.
Yeah, right. Just to I mean, we're not gonna keep like going back and forth, but just sorry if I can answer to this, but just to say that, like, first of all, I totally agree with you, and I think it's very important. But like, my question was more like, if we don't homogenize the knowledges around, I mean, like the different, like, you know, if we don't homogenize knowledge, how can we homogenize the struggle? How can we homogenize, how can we have a common fight? And I just wanted to say that in relation to what you were saying, I completely agree, and I think it's really also related to the birth of the idea of thought, you know, or like the thinking, you know, in Western philosophy, that is related to apprehending the world, right? So it's always something that is outside of you, so you always question it, right? And that is like how like the thought has been like let's say theorized in Western philosophy. And this is Denise Ferreira da Silva speak about this very well in her way of talking about this idea of non-separative thinking, you know, like, so how we, like, you know, how to see that there is no separation between yeah, please, you go.
Sorry to keep on kicking, I think it's a very important question, but I think histories of oppression are not consistent, right? So histories of caste oppression is not the same as histories of Black oppression, but something brings us together today, because how do we bring histories of oppression in this moment together? And I think that's the question which I'm interested in, that in this moment where we are facing planetary questions and societal questions of futures, how do we bring different histories together, and how do we make them speak to each other in a productive manner? So it is a struggle, because we are going through 500 years of a different trajectory, So I think it's a struggle which you're engaging with, these people in this room are engaging with, and we have to keep finding the way to do it, but also recognize that there are different heterogeneities we are speaking to, and bringing a common language, not just if you bring a common framework is one, but bringing a common language is actually might be detrimental and lead to other suppressions.
Vivek, we'll take just a couple of more minutes. Yeah. Vivek, you yourself are doing something quite contemporary and experimental in a land that otherwise had very traditional ways, both in living and in farming. How are you sort of reconciling this, what we need to do in a modern contemporary way with the environmental crisis on our heads versus the traditional and the indigenous? How do you reconcile these two in your work?
No, like when you said it was used, the traditional use of that land was as a cardamom plantation. Now, cardamom plantation is a new tradition. In the sense, earlier cardamom was sourced from the forest and exported. Till that, I think Dutch or British or something came and said that no, you can plant this in your house and you can have plantations of this. Earlier, it was a forest produce. It later on became a plantation crop. So there was cardamom plantation. Like, so I removed that because my idea was to do something else. Because we had to, like, people are moving out from there because there was no water. The rains were not proper. So because of that, people were moving out from that place. Now we had to bring water there. So we had to work towards it. There are several ways of getting water, like especially in a hill. It's not very difficult. So I wanted to prove to people that there is excess of water we can get. And also we wanted to leach the soil of all those pesticides and all that they had used. So we left the land like that for some time. We still have maybe 50 cents of cardamom, but I am keeping that cardamom because that's a very old type of cardamom. And maybe that is good as a gene pool. If there is some problem with the new cardamom, like we can have it. It produces only 1/10 of what the actual people are producing these days. But we just have a little bit of that. But our interest is not to produce cardamom. Of course, cardamom is very lucrative. I'm lucky I have a day job. I can do this, but somebody has to do it. Because having a cardamom estate is quite a good investment. But then they put fertilizers and pesticides like crazy. So that is like the tradition. But that's a new tradition. Like all traditions are quite new. I mean, they're not that very old. So I think we can change it. And the available, like the whole idea is like when there is something alternative or that should be available to people. That is the whole philosophy. I mean, that I am interested in. Like not get stuck in some thing. Like if it's available, if it is good, as well, go for it.
Okay, thank you. Any burning question anyone to ask, or should we close the session and move on to
Aziza had a question.
Maya's performance? Aziza had a question. Okay, Aziza, you've got the last question and the last, if not the last word.
No, I had a question because, I feel like there is also like a difference between like your practices there. I feel like there are so many different practices, and it is a question like more maybe of an advice, because as a curator working with all these matters that are somehow abstract, but trying to be very concrete on the terrain is like it's quite difficult. So the question is like, how can art provide for like a space for a forest garden when it itself inevitably entails thick unshed layers of individual authorship and authority? And I also this is also in relation to your question to me. So I wonder, like, how do you go back and forth?
Actually, I come from a political science background and a marine radio officer's background. So one of the things is that there's a lot of social concern in my work, and when the subject is climate change and climate catastrophe, this is the way I react to it, and this is the work that I'm creating. So it is not different from my other practices. I don't see them as different. I see them as same. But since the idea is different, there's only one way of looking that I have. But I'm looking at different things. So that's why the works look very different. Otherwise, it's the same. I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We will step outside where we will both have a performance by Maya, and we will also be having tea. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you, Aziza. Thank you, dear. We will have tea on your behalf.
Please do. Thank you so much.
To welcome all the speakers. Before I welcome the speakers, I'll just wait for 1 minute before everybody comes in. Thank you all. So while we were deciding on how we were going to plan the soil assembly, we found that there are many artists, artist collectives, schools, new schools. Yesterday we heard from Dharmendra Prasad, no school, NKNOW, and it said NO. And the no school was in Assam, where he is teaching and learning with his grandfather. Groups of students or people meet him there, and they learn from the living pedagogy that the grandfather is passing on. So the question was, what is the living pedagogies that we are talking about? And today I was looking also at the other presentation by Ida of the hosting lands. Again, there was another school, which was, I don't remember the name, but there are these, the school of hands. So there are these kind of schools that's springing up where we are talking about the living pedagogies. The pedagogies at some point would have been sitting way up in line. If you look at it, we were food gatherers and then food makers through the and forest people. Then technology came, science came, and suddenly the farming, the land, what we learned from the land and nature went out. And here we are now trying to go back to it and see what we can learn. So that's why the living pedagogies became very important when we were thinking about the soil assembly. And today I'm here to welcome the speakers and the people who are working with it. And they've been working with it for the last 10 years and 15 years. I would like to, please, before I go ahead, please excuse my pronunciation. I'm struggling with English and American English. And now I have to struggle with the French now. Okay, Pauline Gilla, Artistic Director Pauline Gilla is currently teaching the program Applied Ecology in Art Education at the Belfort's Art School. Since 2011, Pauline has been the Artistic Director of the Association Intermeds Geographics, a structure dedicated to the realization of works of art in public space and territorial matters. She has taught at the National School of Dairy Industry and Biotechnology in the field of socioculture, visual arts, plastic arts, and earth cultivation, of creating an educational experience. For the first time in France, in an art school, this was brought in, the awareness of ecological issues were brought in and integrated so that the future artists can develop a different kind of relationship to the world through biology, history, science, philosophy, agriculture, and gardening. So we welcome Pauline to share her thoughts for this assembly.
Pauline, you have to turn on your microphone.
It's okay for you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you. First, I have a short text for you, and after, if you have question, you are welcome. First, I would like to thank the Bureau d'études for inviting us and for knowing that I am not left alone. Let me introduce myself. I am Pauline Gilla, and since 2017, I have been involved in the initiative with the director Jean-Marie Boiseau for the implementation of
new pedagogical content in the field of art education. Indeed, we represent the Bedford School of Art, one of the French state schools that prepares students for the entrance exams to the higher arts education program. The public we are addressing includes 3 different types of students. A class of students coming from diverse background and arriving just after having obtained the high school degree. They are mostly around 18 years old, and 2 other classes. The first one specializes in graphic art, and the second one in visual art. There you can find people who has already had a professional career. They are usually between 20 up to 15 years old, and they come either to reorient themselves in a creative curriculum or to seek an opening to art to continue in their professional field. I work with 3 groups for 1 year, with 1 workshop per week lasting at least 2 hours. So what do we do together and how do we do it? It all starts with a place, a garden, to which we have direct access. It's a space that we have created on a historical site, a heritage built in the 18th century by a military architect of the king, called Vauban. Our garden is suspended on a fortification that's right to the height of more than 20 meters. We work in a place in which animals and birds pass in life, but the garden is private. It's not possible for visitors outside of the school to get there except on certain occasions. Large pine trees were already present, and we also planted 3 trees installed beehives, a pond, and a vegetable garden. All of those projects were accomplished with the idea of preserving the wide areas of the garden. We see it as a backdrop for a multitude of situations, knowledge, and possible topics. Indeed, the program is based on a series of workshops aiming to break out a philosophy of life from the practice of an ecological garden. The main objective consists in the search for autonomy through the acquisition of technical tools, such as those related to gardening and consequently crossing botany and philosophy. The theoretical time is structured around the question and knowledge that philosophy posed in the relationship to botany. The questions are of three kinds. One, on the one hand, the question to the plant themselves and the way of being in the world. Secondly, the question of plant space and the management, the forest, the garden, and the agriculture. Finally, the knowledge resulting from the conception that creates a relationship between human and the environment. The practice times are structured around the living organisms in general. Together, we take cutting, plant out bushes and trees. We sow vegetable and flower. We make washing powder from heavy leaves, natural body balm. We learn the art of lactofermentation, composting, mulching. We make support and ecological fertilizer. And why do we do it? We propose to question our relationship with the world, not only through the medium of the art object, but by proposing to students to renew their vision by putting into practice experiments and situations related to living this. In this way, we hope to create the condition for a culture in the making. I have picture if you want. And if you have a question, you are welcome. Okay. Implantation. Ewan, vous m'entendez?
Yes, yes.
J'ai quelques images si vous voulez, mais je ne sais pas comment faire pour les.
Partage d'écran, tu veux pas faire tu...
Ah oui, partage d'écran, oui, c'est ça. Comment? Alors, attendez, juste partage d'écran. Oui, activer le mode plein écran, diaporama. Attendez, je vais y arriver. J'y arrive. Ah, je sais, pardon. C'est dans le. Excusez-moi.
C'est le bouton en bas.
Oui. Est-ce que c'est déjà? C'est un bouton en bas, oui. Ah, commencer à partager. Je sais pas si vous voyez mon écran là, peut-être.
Oui, très bien. C'est bon.
Voilà, je vais vous faire défiler quelques photos. I show you some picture of the garden with students. During winter we plant trees. Composting and the new project, a place for sheep. Ah, on ne le voit pas. Qui arrive. Un 89. It's okay for me, Ewan, if you have any question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pauline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Pauline. That was really very good. And I was just thinking about, after seeing the pictures, it looked very much that people have worked in collaboration, right? All those works have come out with your students. The gardens that you have created. Can you hear?
It's a question, sorry.
I was asking, it was all done in groups and in teams and in collaboration, right? The work that you showed us right now.
Ewan, est-ce que vous pouvez m'aider une minute, s'il vous plaît? Je suis désolée, j'entends pas très bien non plus. Est-ce que vous êtes là, Ewan?
Oui. Oui. La question était dans quelle mesure le travail est collaboratif, ou est-ce qu'il y a aussi, disons, un travail en amont sur le jardin où tout est fait collaborativement?
Tout est fait tous les jours, pardon, tout est fait uniquement avec les étudiants.
Okay, everything has been done with the students. There was no work ahead the project started. When did it start?
2017.
Yeah.
I'll stop my questions now. First, I'll ask from the audience. From the audience, if you have more questions to ask, and then I'll continue with my questions. Yes, Asta. Can you take the mic, please?
How much time do these students spend at this particular site? How often are they able to come?
Ewan,
Tu nous redire combien de fois par semaine les étudiants viennent travailler dans le jardin là?
Once time per week.
Yes, and 2 hours, right? You said
2 hours. It's minimal. 2 hours is minimal.
Minimum 2 hours per week.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm also wondering, do they pay a fee to participate in this? How does the economics work for this sort of a project?
Est-ce qu'il y a une contribution financière? Non, ils sont étudiants.
Non, ils sont étudiants. C'est un nouveau cours. It's a new.
No, it's part of the class, so it's there is no money involved. They're already student at the school, so it's one class, one course.
And just last closing question. How do they react to it? Are they enthusiastic, or is it something extra that they have to do?
Et ils sont enthousiastes, ou est-ce qu'ils râlent, ou est-ce que
non, oui, c'est une bonne question parce que
qu'ils doivent faire.
C'est la majorité est enthousiaste. Ils ont beaucoup de nouvelles anxiogènes et ils savent pas comment faire. Et c'est une manière d'essayer de se mettre en mouvement.
The majority of them are enthusiastic, and it's also because they get so much alarming news from the current ecological and climate situation, and they don't know really what to do. So it's a way to engage in that class. So they are happy to actually do something concrete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask this question. I just wanted to add one more question to that. So the students who started working with you must have been from 2017. Are they continuing, or what is like a trajectory that they have continued in the same line? And yeah.
Ouais, est-ce que ceux qui ont démarré le projet en 2017 ont continué d'être engagés dans le projet après peut-être avoir même quitté l'école, ou voilà, est-ce qu'ils restent engagés dans le projet?
Certains demandent à créer des jardins dans leurs écoles, dans la poursuite de leurs études, excusez-moi.
Il y a they move some certain degree to other schools afterwards, and they kind of want to start project like this in the next school for. Si j'ai bien compris, c'est une école qui va jusqu'au au 3e année?
Oui, ça dure 1 an.
Un an. Et après, ils vont ailleurs.
Oui.
So, yeah, they have 1 year in that, and then they go to, more master. And in the other schools, they ask to start a similar type of project.
Anybody else from I've got many questions coming up, but then I'll be continuing to ask. Anybody else from the audience? Thank you so much, Pauline.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Early in the morning. Thank you. I know you are in a rush. Thank you very much, Pauline.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah, Pauline has to run for hospital examination, so she also apologized for being short with us.
Yes. So the next artist group with us is Leonore Bonaccini, I'm right? And Xavier Fort from the artist duo Bureau d'Etudes. I practiced it. For 2 decades, the group has been producing cartography of contemporary political, social, and economic systems. In 2007, they co-founded the laboratory Planet Collective and Journal with Evan Chardonnay. For more than 15 years, they have engaged in Ferme de la Motte, a place outside the property located in Centre, France, where a group of people organize their users together to bring out a social project at the crossroads of culture, agriculture, and education. Xavier Fort and Leonore Bonaccini have been active for more than 15 years in this territory, contributing to a development and structuring of the school territory of the values du Chamaron. Am I right? Yes, thank you. Yes, to you, Leonore. Please introduce yourself properly. Thank you. You are on mute. You are on mute.
I put sound. Leonore come after. I don't just speak about Ferme de la Motte, but also about the territory, because the scale of a farm, it's like 50 hectares is quite small. If you want in this place in France to have resilience and because you have also effect of climate change, then we need also to have another scale to think about a living place. Then I want to show some images during we have 30 minutes, then during 15 or 20 minutes, and after we can discuss. Then I put image, if I found them. Alors, où est-ce que c'est? Here. I don't just, I not, zut. Okay. Then for the moment, I don't want to speak not just about Ferme de la Motte, but also about the other place, because you have different living pedagogies, and it's important to present a little bit the context. The first step is this one is when we speak about living. What is living? 15 years ago, we make maps about the relationship between the French state and agriculture, and the impact of the vision of the state over agriculture and living bodies. And it was, you can see in this map, you have like a struggle, conflict between different vision of living bodies, and this struggle are also a struggle and conflict between pedagogies. Then you can have a different living approach of living pedagogies. You can have different bodies. In this example, here you have the low tech. It's a place
Hello.
where we are.
Hello. Yes, it seems you are only on the first image. There's nothing going. Maybe leave the full screen because it's not working. So show just no, yeah, and
maybe.
restart share screen and ne
Okay.
pas mettre ne mets pas en plein écran, ça marchait pas. Donc il faut mieux passer les images dans le PDF.
On va tester.
Ouais.
On va tester. Alors, est-ce que là,
voilà, c'est.
Est-ce que là ça bouge?
Non. Là, c'est vraiment, là, on voit plus rien. Là, on
Ok, d'accord.
agrandi.
Okay, then I change.
Non, le problème, c'était dans le PDF, en passant en plein écran, ça ne fonctionne pas. Donc, il faut rester juste dans le PDF et dérouler avec la molette.
D'accord.
Voilà, on est sur une
You
page
see
internet.
Here it's move.
Non, là, on est sur le navigateur web avec un truc de stabilisation de robot de RET.
Ok. Partager l'écran.
I'm not so used to technology.
Alors, où est-ce que c'est? Ah oui, c'est là.
Tout à l'heure, c'était bien, hein, mais c'est juste qu'il fallait pas mettre PDF en plein écran. Là, non, on a un truc très agrandi.
Living.
C'est une résolution très agrandie, ça marche pas du tout.
Ok. Et là, vous voyez là? Ah non.
Non, là, on voit rien du tout. On voit le bandeau d'un Adobe Illustrator.
Ouais, je vois, mais je comprends pas pourquoi l'image ne bouge pas. Alors, comment on pourrait faire pour changer ça?
Au début, c'était bien, mais ça défilait pas, c'est tout. Tu as changé les définitions de...
Donc, je recommence. Ah oui, ça, c'était peut-être là. Voilà.
Ah oui, c'est mieux.
Okay.
Il faut mieux rester, peut-être agrandir un petit peu la page, mais là, tu es à 50%, mais voilà. Et rester en utilisant là, simplement la molette ici.
Ah ouais.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Then, but it doesn't move because I changed. Ah, yes, it's okay. Then, just say that we made an inquiry 15 years ago about the relationships between the French state and living bodies, mostly in agriculture. And in this map, you see that you have like a conflict. You have line. You see the end. No? Do you see the end I move? No, I don't think so. Then you have like a conflict between...
Yes, it's working, it's working.
Okay. Different vision and of living bodies. And for example, here you have pesticide, production of pesticide and also of seeds producer. And here you have small living bodies where there is an aim to destroy them because yes, in this vision of agriculture, it's important to destroy them. Then you have different worlds of agriculture, and these worlds have also different types of bodies, not just with animals, but also with vegetals, and also the vision of bacteria. And here we, in the place where we are more in a low-tech world, where the cows eat the grass, and not like that. It's not a Holstein cows where you have no grass anymore. And I speak from this vision of living, and the living pedagogies associates with this kind of world. Okay, we are this place in France. It's like in the center, and we create like territories with different farm and place, with different approach of living pedagogies. Just some words about the trajectory of the project, because this trajectory is also, in a way, collective pedagogies with impact over the landscape and the relationships with also living bodies. And the beginning of the territories is 45 years ago, and we arrived 15 years ago. In the beginning, it was more organizational questions, and also you have farming questions, but mostly is to have humans in the process. And because when we arrived, the farm was quite empty. You have 4 people. Now we are 25, maybe more, and with different process, and also agricultural, but not just. You have also other activities, also with like a gratuiterie, with old, with rubbish, etc. And the long process from 2007 was to constitute the place and to develop it, to go out from property, to create rules, and to have a collective governance, and to develop different activities also for the human to have revenue in this place. And after that, we develop that more in different inquiries, and to diffuse that. And after, and it's since 3-4 years, you have a process of institution or structuration of a territory. And we begin also just to link this territory with other territories in France and in other countries. The first basis was to, you have the geographical place. You have this question to have a territory without property, without collective and individual property. That was the first step, to have a social process in this place. You have also to create a collective governance, and all of these aspects, in a way, it's yes, it's a school, because we need to learn to work together and to create a place where we want to live in together. And you have also the question of how we can change the category we use to reclarify the shareholder in the process. It's a place for the common. Here you have council and assembly, you have local banking, and all the economic process. Yes, important. Yes, you have theater and organization of resources, gratuiterie, factory, all the agreement. And you have farming. Now you have 3 projects in the place, but it's very clear that we have this project, but the context here, it's a map with the pesticide. It's very clear that we are not outside of a context of an industrial world with the impact over the water, and also the animals and the vegetables. Okay, and we are part of cultural movement. The territory begin with a school, a Waldorf school. Now you have like 120 pupils in the place, and you have also farming activities in with the pupils, and there is also biodynamic farming. It's a specific technical approach of agriculture with no input from outside, no pesticide, no fertilizer, and we just use the sheet of the cow as a fertilizer. And then it's the idea is to have an autonomy of the farm. Then we have like exchange between the different farms to have like a collective and a subsisting process in agriculture. And this culture, you have also exchange with disabled people, and you have initiative for that here. And this cultural movement with have quite a long history. this approach come from the beginning of the 20s in Europe, but you have a older history with other categories and vision of the world, and it's also important in the way the farming activities and also the pedagogical activities are conceived here. Another aspect, I think the basis of the approach here, it's how we can reinvent the art and reinvent subsistence in the context of Capitalocene. And there is this question of arts of subsistence here, and also mostly also in France, you have this Atelier Paysan. Some are part of that here. Atelier Paysan, it's a peasant factory. It's to self-produce some tools in Creative Commons for farming. And you have a manifesto 2 years ago about the importance to develop an agriculture, not a 2.0 agriculture, but a self-sufficient and a subsisting approach of agriculture to have like 1 million more peasants, and to have 1 million more peasants in the landscape, it's to have 1 million more artists in the landscape to redevelop and reinvent the different countries, countryside. Yes. And to finish, we need to remember how was the landscape in France before the modernization, where you have no cities and you have small landscape and a huge diversities of communities and common place, and you have a huge diversities of currencies and a huge diversities, heterogeneity, and a confederal organization. And we think it's also interesting to see this time, not because we can reproduce that in the context of Europe, but because we can imagine that the control over the living bodies we have now in France and in Europe could change also, and to have other organization of social and living organization. Concerning the arts and the art curriculum related to life, we made this diagram, and we work also with Pauline Gillard about that, and also in other art school to reinvent the way we teach art in art school with as a form of life, where all the components of our life are different ways to experiment arts, different arts, and to compose and articulate these arts. And I just want to finish with that. Just a sketch for exploration. Within the center, I put landscape, subsistence, food, water, factories, and you have these different arts to be affected, to love and to be present and to be joyful or sad, and to the art of observation, and that come mostly from art practice, but you have that also in farming, because you need to know also the living bodies and how you have social activities between all the species, and it's arts of seeing, listening, and also of testing, and also measuring. Yes. And yes, it's a classical art also of conception, how we conceive, for example, a garden. For the moment, you have different garden approach in this small territory. We have that here. with the pupils from the school, and you have like a re-emerge. It's a new project because yes, it changes everywhere, every time. And you have three agricultural projects now, and yes, it's how to test, to plant, and to observe also the plants. You have that also in other place here. It's observation, cultivation, and production and cooking. It's all the process of production, and also in yes. Then you have the question of transformation, making, building, eating, cooking, organization, collective organization, gardening, taking care, and all the social arts related to this dimensional organization, social arts, making society celebrate also the garden, and celebrate the variation of time during the year, and in relationships with the nature and art of dying. It's not just living pedagogies, but it's also the art to die, and how we can organize that and live together with that. Yes, and there is also the conflict to save other approach of agriculture, and here you have different struggles since 20 years to have other approach over agriculture. Then I can stop here. I speak a lot, and we can have clarification if you need, or to have exchange about whole presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. It was fantastic. I'm just
full of thoughts in my head. Learning to die. That's nice. Anybody from the audience, would you like to ask some questions? I personally, as the moderator, I'm going to ask my first question. There were those questions in my head that when you make a curriculum, isn't the curriculum then getting casted in stone? You know, when you put the curriculum and you make it, you decide what is going to be taught in what way. What is the dynamic nature of the curriculum when we are talking about living pedagogies? How does that come into play when you are deciding and devising a curriculum?
This curriculum is a tool. It's just to take care that everybody have a lot of knowledge about arts and also about living pedagogies. And it's not just the artist or the teacher who have knowledge, but everybody. And then it's the first step is to share this knowledge, to know this knowledge, to identify this knowledge, to share that and to discuss about that. And that is the first step in the curriculum. And this tool is just to liberate the way the relationships we have with arts and knowledge, and to have self-confidence and with the things we know.
Rustam, I have a question to add to that so that you can contribute back. If you remember, in Srishti, we started something called Sangama. And if you can speak a little bit about that and how you frame that.
Yeah, I think essentially Sangam or Sangama is a confluence and therefore interdisciplinarity. And that was an attempt to open up the space of art design education, not in terms of specializing, but in terms of a horizontal cross-cutting across all disciplines. And I think and this was open to voluntary subscription by the students. They were not, it was not mandated that they need to join this program. So that itself was interesting, because then those students who chose to come for this curriculum, and at that time we were not under any university regulation, we were just a private, and we could afford to do our own thing and experiment. And that was quite interesting challenge on both sides, not just for us to create curriculum, but also for students to engage with it. But they were both highs and lows. And I think what was interesting at the end, when you would get students, meet them after they graduated, and that program didn't last, that too also died. But it was interesting to meet graduates later, and they said that what we gained from it was not so much about technical competency or careers, but as much as self-confidence. I thought that was a very interesting feedback, that it gave us a certain self-confidence and a creative confidence.
Thank you, Rustam. I just wanted to open it up for discussion, but at the same time wanted to add this idea of the fluidity that comes into when you allow that kind of freedom and a kind of artistic freedom. And that the question goes back to you, Leonor, right? Xavier. That, you know, when you're creating a curriculum like this and you're having people go through it, and as artists, there is some kind of a creative freedom and some kind of individualistic attitude that people develop. So when you're creating something like this, where you are encouraging a kind of a collaborative kind of a thing of learning, understanding, and also kind of going back to that slide, which I saw, that you're looking at some of the traditional practices of animism, the old kind of a thing. Somewhere people are also trying to forget. So there are a lot of thoughts that's coming into my mind. But this idea that as an artist, when you're seeing somebody going through it, how do they kind of develop as artists and creative practitioners who, of course, have to deal with the landscape that you are putting in front of it? But how do they, what are the things that you see at the end of the period they're with you? What is the kind of things that you see them developing?
You mean the student or the participant, or?
Well, we don't know whether, like in Srishti, we call them aspiring practitioners. So I'll call them aspiring practitioners who come.
I think we use the term territory school, because in the extreme time where we are, and we are just in the beginning, everybody is a student, because we don't know how the situation move and change. And then the first step in the context of France, and as I understand in your words, is to make a deconstruction. And we have this discussion with high school in architecture about the deconstruction of the teaching about art and architecture, because it's too old now. They speak about the artists. It seems that we are in the 19th century, and it's very important to have a deconstruction of this history of art, and also about the deconstruction of modernism, with this vision about the art is for the city, and the landscape is for the poor and the rubbish in society. And it's very clear that this history from the bourgeoisie, and I think maybe it's not different in India and in France. It's very ideological. It's a vision from the dominant, and it's very clear that we need to make a deconstruction of that, mostly in the art school.
Neil.
Thank you, Xavier. I have been following your practice with Bureau d'Etudes for a long time, and I was intrigued by your presentation and the work you've been doing and that you've covered. And I was just wondering if you could talk about, well, knowing the maps that you made, and you kind of showed us a version of one of those maps, I was kind of thinking about what kinds of tools that you might now use to map sort of non-anthropocentric systems, and how those kind of flows and junctures shift or have shifted maybe your thinking. And in particular, I'm interested in a kind of multi-species or more than human knowledge, and how that comes into, or what challenges you might find around that.
No, we changed quite a lot since 5 or 6 years, with the aim to use cartography as a tool to rethink collectively some realities. It could be in schools, school for agriculture, and the point is how we can use the cartography as tool to reconcile with reconcile a school, a farm, but also public health. We have a project now about public health, and the point is to have another vision, that the vision of anthropocentric approach need to have new entities. Then when you map, it's just the point to have an approach about the new entities. In public health, we make a collective work with anthropologists also about the different vision of farmers over agriculture and related to the pathogens. And you have the farmers who have fear of the pathogens, and when they have fear, they are in a world where they need the experts to solve the problem of the pathogens. And you have other vision of the farmers. Sometimes they use, I don't know, spirits or gnomes, I don't know, but they arrive with their experience to solve problem of the pathogens. For example, you have an example of a woman who use cats to solve the problem of epidemic in with their goats. That, for example, is not very orthodox, but it works very well. And we are very interested in the different ways to approach the question of health in different ways, and not with just a vision of the scientific vision with the limit of this vision, because sometimes you have no solution with zoonosis.
Thank you, Xavier. Any more questions? So we will go to the next speaker, and Xavier will come back to you, and then you could, Kush, can I invite you? Kush Sethi.
Okay, thank you.
But they're not seen. Oh, Anna, sorry, Kush. Anna. I thought they didn't come up. So we would like to invite Anna Santamura. They're part of the School of Soil Futures, both working from Indonesia and UK. It's an online initiative for struggles for sovereignty. That's the name of the organization, from Indonesia, and Arts Catalyst from UK.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I'll just, so the School of Soil Futures is an online initiative co-organized by the Struggles of Sovereignty from Indonesia and Arts Catalyst that brings together artists. They bring them together on Zoom, artists, ecological artists, activists, community organizers, soil caretakers, and others working on social and ecological justice from across the world. The interesting part is that the Soil of Futures is part of a network of creative organizations that explores the ground between us. The network is a collaboration between 5 organizations, that is Arts Catalyst, Sheffield, UK, Rewag, Al-Bireh, Palestine, Sakya, Art, Science, Agriculture, in Kenya, Palestine, Struggles for Sovereignty, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and Vessel Art Project from Puglia, Italy. Thank you. Thank you all for coming in, and we'd like to hear what you have to say. It sounds very interesting. I must say that we at Srishti has worked with Arts Catalyst since 2004. In 2006, we did a live project called the Near Earth. We have got very good memories of Arts Catalyst, working with Rob Lefrene, Nicola Triscott, and Gillian. Thank you all for coming back, and nice to see you all here.
Hi, thank you so much for having us, and thanks for the invitation. So I'm Anna Santomauro, and I am from Arts Catalyst, and I'm joined by our friends and collaborators from Struggle for Sovereignty, Sanne Ortuisen and Gatari Kusuma. And so the way we thought about this very short presentation is that we will start by saying a few words about the 2 organizations, so Arts Catalyst and Struggles for Sovereignty. And then I will just say a few words about the network, and then we will go more into the details of the School of Soil Futures. And obviously, if you have any questions at any point, we'd be very happy to discuss more with you. So I'll start by saying a few words about Arts Catalyst. We are a visual arts organization based in Sheffield in the UK, and we were founded in 1994 by Nicola Triscott. And since then, we have developed hundreds of artist projects and public programs that mainly engage with social and environmental issues. And we are working more and more in collaboration with those communities, both of humans and non-humans, that are primarily affected by these same issues. We develop collaborative ways of working and ways of learning, and our projects often take place in non-traditional art spaces. So for instance, within a particular landscape, and always in dialogue with the situated technologies that inhabit those contexts. We often partner with community and charity organizations from multiple fields of knowledge to develop our projects, and we collaborate with artists, activists, and people with different kinds of expertise through a process of mutual learning and creative co-production. So this is just us in a nutshell. Sanne and Gatari, would you like to say a few words about Struggles for Sovereignty?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. And also thank you for Coach Benels for inviting us here. And I'm Gatari. I'm part of Struggle for Sovereignty. I'm living and working in Yogyakarta. So as the background, Struggle for Sovereignty is a collective and solidarity network which focus on the intersections of social and ecological justice. And now we are 10 members in total and centered in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And in general, we work from an understanding that the global ecological crisis is tied to colonial, imperialist, and capitalist knowledge systems, and that racism, the pandemic, and the climate crisis are symptoms of this same root causes, because we've started our platforms during the pandemic, so we kind of like seeing this one as the moments to reflect what kind of the crisis that happens during the pandemics. And we develop programs both online and offline that bring together communities working from the fields of arts, food, farming, land rights, indigenous or adat, and ecological activism who are engaged with the social and ecological struggles. Maybe Mas, yeah.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you, everyone, also for the invitation. My name is Sanne. I'm also in Yogyakarta in Indonesia, part of Struggles for Sovereignty, but we don't usually say the full name because it's really a mouthful, so we just usually say SFS for short. I hope our internet connection stays okay. It just started massively raining here, so if you can't hear us properly or if we kind of drop, just let us know. Yeah, so to continue on from what Gatari was saying, we as SFS work a lot with groups fighting like destruction, erasure of their lands, their livelihoods and cosmologies due to ongoing coloniality and colonialism, land grabbing, displacement, destruction of biodiversity in their context by large-scale development on the one hand, and monoculture farming on the other, often, for instance, palm oil, if it comes to cases within Indonesia and different islands in the archipelago here, but also marginalization by governments, legal dispossessions, different kinds of practices. We work with people from different parts of the world, different parts of Indonesia as well, who are working in very different contexts, but often have a lot in common because of the systems of oppression in the end are coming from the same broader systems that Gatari mentioned. And in their practice, the groups that we work with use cultural practice and creative practice to support their struggles and build alternatives. And our main aim as SFS is to bring people together in a safe space to discuss and share amongst themselves, as well as with the broader public, and to create a long-term solidarity network. So we've mainly organized online programs, but also done visits, and where, you can find a lot of kind of publishing also on our website. And we're part of international networks like Soil Futures, which we're excited to talk about today, and particularly the school. Anna.
Thanks, Sanna and Gatari. So shall I say a few words about the wider Soil Futures network, and then maybe you can go a bit more in detail about the school. So the network was initiated in mid-2022, and generally it emerged from this desire to connect the practices of 5 different organizations. So Catalyst in the UK, Priwak and Sakia in Palestine, SFS in Indonesia, and Vessel Out Project in Italy. And I guess we were particularly interested in learning from each other's ways of working and to engage with communities of humans and non-humans within the context that each of us inhabit. And what was particularly interesting, I think, when we started the conversation between ourselves as a network, is that we found a lot of curatorial and pedagogical resonances among ourselves, despite the very different geographies that we all operate within, and the different approaches and strategies that we all adopt as organizations within our respective ecological and social practices. So some of us work with the idea of combining agrarian traditions with contemporary ecological practices, or different ways of organizing across art, food, land rights, indigenous and ecological activism. There's work focusing on the well-being of ecosystems through different ways of monitoring and different ways of sensing, for instance, using sounds as ways to connect with environments. So there's a wealth of approaches and methods that each of us develop, but at the same time, there is a common terrain that we are very excited to be exploring through the Soil Network, the Soil Futures Network. In terms of our values, I think what we can say is that we view soil and those looking after it as active agents of change and of resistance in the face of current geopolitical and environmental crises. And so as part of the program, there are a few key questions that we are asking ourselves, including what nutrients are necessary for soils to thrive, what practices of care and maintenance are enacted across different territories and cultures, and what ecological knowledges and approaches nourish both lands and communities at the same time. So this is the first year of this pilot network, of this pilot program. And the way it is manifesting itself is through an artist residency exchange with 3 artists that are, or artist collectives that are traveling between southern Italy and Palestine, a podcast series that will be launched towards the end of spring, early summer, as well as a season of distributed local gatherings, and the online school. So the idea is that through all these different actions and all these different methods, we will be nurturing an exchange between artists, ecologists, and activists and soil caretakers to collectively mobilize existing and future knowledges of soil. So this is just a very broad overview of the network and its intentions and where it comes from. But maybe now, Sanna, you would like to say something more about the school with Qatari?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. Yeah, so just to say a bit, so basically within the network, together with Anna Qatari and some other friends from Struggles for Sovereignty, so Arts Catalyst and SFS are working on developing a school. It's not a school in the traditional sense of the word. Qatari will say a bit more about that in a bit. But it's basically an online program consisting of 6 sessions that brings people from different places together on Zoom. It hasn't started yet, so we're kind of talking in really futures. I think the futures is the operative word. But the school will start and will run from March to May in this year. Like I said, it will be 6 sessions for a closed group of 12 participants. We have an open call out looking for participants at the moment, which I can share with you later if you're interested. And the practitioners, the participants themselves will be about a group of 12 to 15 people consisting of artists, ecologists, activists, community organizers, soil caretakers. So people from really different fields and from different places in the world, hopefully. Each session will be about 2.5 hours and will focus on kind of the elements that Anna sketched out, also talking about the Soil Futures Network, from the microbiological dimension of soil to land-based practices, to regenerative farming methods, to acts of reparation and healing in relation to soil and coloniality, and to modes of resistance and storytelling. And I think what is key maybe about the school is that it's not just about soil and social ecological justice, but it is also really embedded, or we're trying to embed this in who we invite as contributors, as well as participants, the way we work behind the scenes, both within the team that we're organizing together, and also with contributors and the participants. So we're mainly inviting participants with a situated practice who are working on social and ecological justice in their own contexts. And I think one of the main aims of the school is to bring people together in a safe space. That's why also we ask all the participants to really join all the 6 sessions. So it's also not possible to sit in, unfortunately, in the school for one session, for instance, because we kind of want to make that space for people to be able to share also difficulties they're facing within their practice, or within the struggles that they face, and be able to be a bit more vulnerable, or even just share thoughts that haven't completely formed yet in their minds, which is sometimes harder if you are part of a public panel, or if you don't really know the group that is part for it, particularly if it's on Zoom. And I think the importance of having a situated practice with that, we really also mean that they work maybe with communities or within their own localities actively on the issues that we're addressing, both as a network in Soil Futures and in the school itself. And I think to have that space as a group, also not such a big group, to have collective conversations, space for sharing and learning together, but also have time for listening and pausing and responding, for us is really key. And I think the care and access that needs for us is also really important. So Qatari will speak a little bit more about what we call the spirit of the school. But again, that spirit will also be affected by the participants in the end who join. But just maybe to say a little bit more about the contributors that we've invited. So within the 6 sessions, there's different types of maybe pedagogical tools and also skills brought on by the friends and contributors that we've invited to join for that particular session. So the first session will be with Brigitta Isabella, who's a researcher, writer, and curator, and that session will be really just focused on the participants getting to know each other, and Brigitta will help to facilitate that session and facilitate the group dynamics of that as well. And the second session is with an artist, nature guide, forager, writer, and community gardener called Maimana Arifin, who's based in the UK. And that will really focus on the kind of the the microbiology of soils. Like, what do we mean when we talk about soils? And that will also be more of a, possibly like a workshop kind of gathering in which also the participants can share their experience of the soils where they are. A third session is focusing on like learning from two communities who are working to regenerate situated agrarian practices and endemic plant species. It will be with Badia Widoretno from Sekolah Pagesangan, which is a community-based grassroots alternative school close to Yogyakarta, in the countryside here, who is working with the community there to preserve and to regenerate and also to relearn these knowledges that are being lost because young people go to the city or have different understanding of the value of knowledges that are really embedded and rooted in the soil locally, and instead want to have a job at an office because it makes more money so you can buy a car. So to kind of question these value systems together. And that session will also be joined by Vivian Sansour, who's the founder of the Palestine Heirloom Seed Library in Palestine, who's working to preserve and regenerate traditional seeds that are also rapidly being lost due to different kinds of land practices. Then the fourth session focuses on storytelling, and particularly storytelling as a form of resistance, basically a form of resistance and amplifying local struggles. That will be with Alexandra Karin, who's an artist from Jakarta, who works a lot with communities in the north of Jakarta, around the sea sides, which is sinking. Frances Sequoia Fakauta, who is a writer, professor, and spoken word performer from Suva in Fiji. And Molema Moiloa, who is an artist and community organizer from Johannesburg. So in that session, we'll talk together, like we'll hear different stories from them, but also talk together with the participants and ask their input into what kind of storytelling is interesting or important for them. Then the fifth session is focusing on repair and reparations with Sumo Moktaan, which is Sumo Moktaan and Lend in Our Names, which are both grassroots collectives, organizations, Sumil from Yucatan in Mexico, working to regenerate land that was used for monoculture farming before, and they now use Mayan techniques, ancient Mayan techniques to regenerate the soil. And Lend in Our Names, which is a group of a Black-led collective in the UK who is fighting for, literally repair and reparations for past colonial history, basically. So basically that focus will be on repair and reparations coming from very different perspectives, but I think they also have a lot in common and to talk about, which is also something that's important for us, that there is a relation between, or we build a relation, even though it's in one session, between the participants and the contributors, but also between the contributors themselves. And the last session is on care and health and ecological activism, which may be a good session to end with, I just realized also. And that will be with Breakwater, an artist duo based in the UK, and Siafi Atudina, an activist and curator based in Yogyakarta. So that just gives a little bit of a sense of what the sessions of what the school entails. And like I said, we have an open call out, and I think the deadline is in 10 days from now. So if you're interested, or if you know anybody's interested, please feel free to apply. If you have any questions, let us know. And like Anna said, also the school will somehow have a voice or be present in podcast and a gathering that we'll be organizing. So if you're not able to join, there's still other things coming up as well. So if you are interested, it'd be great if you could join some of that. Yeah, maybe Katari, you would like to add about the spirit?
Yeah. Thanks, Anna. We are using the word or the term of spirits to giving a picture on how we see the school itself becomes methods on working or building the connections and networking in socio-ecological justice in different struggles and in different geopolitical contexts. So the idea of the school itself comes from our purpose and our desire to enabling the space for practitioners, for the activists, or the all the practitioners, to academics with the transdisciplines to share about their practice. And we also concerns about how the knowledge, what is the roots of the knowledge that been rooted in the land where they are living. So because it started with in our previous program in Struggle for Sovereignty, how we are build our collaborations and our networking, and seeing that the struggles is been rooted in area or in the context of the land where people having their own struggle, and we are seeing that the methods and the tools been rooted on that land. So we are seeing it is important to connecting the dots between the how people, how the communities are working together, and also like how we can articulate our own practice, not only trying to articulate things from the things that are far from where we are living, but also believing on what we are experiencing, or what our practice. And these schools also enables and maintains the how we are preserving the transgenerational knowledge, as we know that our discussions in this school of soil futures are involving many of questions on how to distribute, or how to distribute all the transgenerational knowledge that been happened this long ago. Because if we are talking about the socio-ecological injustice problems, it always related to the past history, it always related to the long history, and then we are seeing that how to preserving this knowledge, not only to the certain people, but also growing the sense of belongingness to that knowledge, and how the community or peoples can nurturing that practice. Actually, the words or the terms of futures is also it's not related to the idea of the modernities that somehow it's has a contradictory on our own spirit, which we want to like build the idea of togetherness and solidarity through learning together. But the future itself is becomes our visions on what's the things that we can do together to cope with these struggles, and how do we can do together with this solidarity network that we've been built together during these encounters. And so the future itself is not referring to individualistic work, but we also concerns about how we can do something together. So but we know that somehow the experiences has their own hierarchy. But then in this school, we were thinking, as Anna and Sana mentions, a lot about the access, and we think a lot about how we can distribute and open or negotiate about the access itself. Because if we are talking about the knowledge, struggles, and the socio-ecological justice, that cannot be ignored. The the hierarchy of the access itself, and it's related to the how we aware for not putting experience as one of the hierarchy of the knowledge in our notions of study. So that's why we try to find the models or the tools, the contributors as not the one who are not positioning themselves as the top of the level in the studying together activities, but also focusing on what they are doing and think about how we can connect between the contributors and also the participants of the school. And we were also thinking about how we can build the conversations and how we can navigate the conversations and the connections towards all the practices that meet in schools of soil futures. And also the spirit of the school of soil future itself, we are really aiming that, and we are believing that the solidarity and the togetherness, it becomes the key of the spirit of the school, as we know that somehow being in online school is kind of like creating another distance, but we don't individuals, but also things about what we can share together in this platform. Yeah, maybe that's all from the School of Soil Future. Maybe Anna, do you want to add something?
I think we've covered pretty much everything, and then I know that we don't really have plenty of time, but I just wanted to maybe end with a note on how important this process of inter-organizational learning is being through the conversations with SFS in particular, but also within the wider network. So yeah, it feels like a very enriching process for us as arts catalysts, but hopefully for everyone else too. I think this is us. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. The team, I'll say. There are so many names to say. So I'll say the team. Thank you very much. Your network seems very interesting and very looking at both the ideas of soil ecologies and the school. It's amazing. If there's anybody from the group, from the audience would like to ask a question. I have Anna. Would you connect it with your Earth Lab studio?
Yeah, there are some parallels that I can see.
Sorry for putting you on the spotlight.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I think this whole idea of people coming together is very important now, because more and more what I see everywhere is there's this focus focus towards individualism and individual voice. And what happens sometimes is we get too caught up with our own individualities, and we miss out the fact that our individuals are formed by a collective, a collective of different ideas, different things that we've grown up with what we are seeing. And it's important to bring people together, and there's some ways that one can do it. Internet being one medium, yes. I was just trying to think about this. When you're working remotely, how do you deal with that interpersonal real-time connections? When you're let's say, I'll give you an example. When 5 people are sitting in one space and they're discussing, there's so many moments that you can read from just the body language, just what is happening around you. And that also informs how you are sort of getting something from each other. and sharing. So in an online kind of format, how would you bring that or capture that? I mean, I'm just curious to know if you've thought of it and what you're doing about it. What are the challenges?
Maybe I'll just start, and then Gatari and Sanne, you can also follow up. I think both organizations have previous experiences of working in this way. And that was in a way like intensified and accelerated during the various lockdowns. Which happened between 2020 and 21. So for instance, with Arts Catalyst, we ran a program called the School of Broadcasting during the first lockdown, where we tried to bring people together, like a cohort of participants over a few months to explore the different potentialities of broadcasting as a public space. And I think what we really tried to test out was the idea of moving away from this notion of producing content, because like we might have seen during the whole of the 2 years of the pandemic, I think we might have covered, 100,000 years of online content. There's no real need to produce probably anymore. So we've been really focusing on the idea of creating space and inviting facilitators in that case, but also in the School of Soil Futures, who are very well equipped, I think, in ways of holding space, creating different strategies for people to be able to interact and to have space to express themselves in the way that feels more comfortable, but also keeping in mind the idea that we need to create a space which feels safe for everyone. So also being very respectful of the boundaries and the ways of interacting that the participants do prefer. So it's really about finding a balance we found in the past as Arts Catalyst between holding space, creating space, but not occupying space. So yeah, I don't know, Gatari and Sanne, whether you have similar experiences through your previous programs.
Thank you, Anna. I was also thinking about this idea of collaboration, because collaboration has always been a kind of a problematic. At the same time, it is something which has kept us all going, especially in the art world. Yeah, so the amazing collaboration that you're doing now with connecting, and I think you're looking for further connecting. But one of the things that came to my mind, I will take the liberty of asking now, is like you use the word school, the School of Ecological Futures, and just now when you were answering this question, you also had the School of Broadcasting. Why do you use the word school? I mean, like, is there a reason why you have? I know that Gatari did speak about how the school had its values, but I would like to know a little bit more about why, because when we were planning what would be this look like, and we called it assembly, and we had an idea of what the assembly would be, but then I think it would be nice to hear from you why you choose the word school.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Maybe I can start to answer, and then maybe Sana or Anna wants to add later. That would be great. Basically, how we decided the word or using the term of the school, it relates to our attempt to criticizing on the idea of connections and learning together, and also the concerns about the how to preserving or distributing knowledge transgenerationally, because we found that one of the problems that we often encounter if we are working in the context of socio-ecological justice, that always related to how to preserving the knowledge, because it relates on the problems such as the capitalism extractions that always trying, or colonialisms that always trying to like cutting off the connections between generations and not to continue or distributing that knowledges. And we were firstly, we didn't really aiming that the school will be kind of like the proper school that has the building or etc. But we try to like seeing and what is it like taking back the spirit of the school, which becomes the place or the space to learning together and thinking about how what we can circulate among the participants of the school, or like among the participants of learning together activities becomes our initial purpose on how we are deciding to focusing on the notions of school and like educations and preserving the transgenerationally knowledge. And it relates on how we trying to criticizing the idea of the modernity which attached to the socio-ecological justice issue, such as like how people getting like working slowly towards into the individualistic rather than being in collectivist spirit. And then it's also what we taught and what we try to emphasize on the on these notions of the schools and the future, the terms of the future itself. So yeah, that's also like how we trying to convince the idea of like learning together and criticizing that that modernities terms about the school, about the school and about the future itself. Yeah, maybe Sana or Anand, do you want to add something?
Maybe already clear answer, God. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm a Shishti student and I'm very interested in what y'all were talking about. I have one question. Y'all did not mention outcome-based learning, right? There's no, we've always, when we talk about school and academic learning, we focus on the outcome, what is going to come out of this. But I did not hear that coming from this. I understand that this is a modern way of looking at it, which is which is what interests me, right? That you are approaching the learning pedagogy differently here. And so, but is there something that you all still have in mind? Are you all going to stay connected with the participants and see what they come up with in the future? How is this going to go about? I'm not sure if I was able to explain my question, but yeah.
Maybe I can respond first. Thank you for your question. It's very clear. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think what Katari was sharing before, the kind of more modernist idea or formal idea of a school, is that it has an outcome, and a very specific outcome that has a very specific value in a very specific context, no? And with a very specific idea of progression somehow in mind. And I think maybe that's also why we use the term school quite critically. And I think it's part of like I think there's always a balance between, because what Katari was also saying before, the spirit of the school is also that we partially start from the participants who we don't know who they are yet, because we haven't selected from the open call, and from the contributors. So we have a program, but at the same time, what Anna was also saying, like it's important for us to create this open and safe space for people to share. So your question about what we have in mind for afterwards, it's a really good question. Actually, it's also a question for us, and a question that we keep open, because I think that's the key of the school actually is the fact that we don't know that yet, because it will come from the participants in a way. And I think like also maybe as like connecting to the first question about being together and sharing, like as SFS, we organized a fellowship program. We didn't call it school, we called it fellowship, which was supposed to take, I can't remember, got like 9 weeks, I think. but we're a year and a half ahead and it's still going. So not in the same way, not in a program kind of way, but there are different groups that were formed from the participants who are working together and collaborating. Not all of them, but the people who were interested and who had the capacity and the energy and the excitement and maybe interest to keep sharing, they keep sharing. So I think that is maybe also part of the spirit of the school, which is very hard to catch in words, and maybe relates also again to that first question of how do you kind of get that energy of being physically together in a space into an online space. That's really hard and possibly impossible. But I think what it does offer, this online space, what we kind of had to learn during the pandemic, is that bringing together from people from contexts who otherwise would not meet is possible, you know, not in the maybe intense way that it would be possible. It would be possible like it physically, but to be able to share that space. And what we've also learned is a lot of people working on social and ecological justice in contexts, maybe also speaking for SFS, is that they often work in isolation within their communities, but within their very specific context. Whereas what we learn also from bringing people together is actually they have a lot more in common than they think also, which is can be very inspiring. And it could really make you also feel more confident and more kind of strong and healthy to fight these battles that the communities that we're working with fighting. So yeah, I think we don't have anything in mind. I think we have a few options of possibilities that the school participants can engage with, like the podcast, for instance. But also that we leave quite open for those who are interested. It's a really good question. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, yes. Thank you. We'll come back for a general discussion. We still have 2 more speakers to go. Please don't go away. Kush, can I invite you? Kush Sethi, he's an ecological gardener and forager based out of Delhi. Actually, yeah, sorry. Inspired by resilient forest ecosystem, his practice seeks to understand problems in manicured urban horticulture formats and to find wilder, self-sustainable approaches. Lately, he has been consulted by arts and culture institutes on designing sustainable projects. Projects for local communities such as museums in Munich, Site Gallery Sheffield, and in Culture Forum Witten, Germany, and Übersee Museum. Thank you, Kush. Thank you.
Thank you, Meena, and thank you to Soil Assembly for inviting me and hosting this event. This is also my first time at the Biennale, so I'm quite excited. Yeah, so my name is Kush. I'm from New Delhi, as Meena just shared. Sorry, next slide. Growing up in the city, I wasn't raised with any strong exposure to gardening, botany, or wildlife. The photo on the left is grumpy me wanting to leave the garden because it was too hot, versus the one on the right, which is closer to me now. Ecology and climate change became relevant in school from various visual references available outside of school. Like the documentary by Al Gore on climate change. I think for me personally, it was the first time I heard about global warming, and the documentary made everything very visual with and very graphic with data. Then my second sort of thing that I recall was a manga series called Barefoot Gen, which was about a personal sort of narrative put down into a graphic novel by a survivor. And then, of course, Greenpeace was very active. And when I was young, I was, I think, molded by a lot of their campaigns. I would say, there was a lack of interest around me, I think, and just neglect or denial about climate change growing up, from teachers, from adults. And I think, like how Pauline just shared about her students, that there was a lot of built up climate change anxiety. I mean, I didn't really know what to do, and because I had to pursue and sort of continue my education, I decided to go on and study chemistry and green chemistry, which sort of felt at that moment that it would continue to help me understand what the natural world is made up of. I'm in a series of sort of fortunate events. I got to have artists and ecologists as colleagues and mentors, like Astha Chauhan, Ravi Agarwal, and Pradeep Krishan. Two of the first ones I named are part of the Soil Assembly. Through them, I accessed wilderness in my city and met with many more people who were working to protect these spaces. I started joining experts during their field visits, which included birders, PhD students, naturalists, and I sort of very vividly remember how I felt in each of these walks. There was a celebration of natural beauty in each of these walks. And walking as sort of became a tool for me, a lens of sorts for viewing urban landscapes. Every time I'd come back. Next. 2014 onwards, I began designing and conducting nature-based excursions and take my friends and other younger people into these spaces. There was a dire need to create a sense of ownership for the forests, as there, I mean, it continues to be, it's a constant threat of land diversion by large construction companies and the government bodies themselves. Can we go back to the last one? This is the first walk that I designed with Astha. As the name suggests, it was a silent moonlit walk, and the idea was to take people into this forest where we were researching and wanting to be able to talk to them about our research, but not sort of, you know, make it sound so academic and like a report. So we decided we'll take them on a full moon night. We'd sort of trespass the forest. It didn't have any guards then. And make them not talk. It will be completely silent, and you navigate the forest from your from sounds, from smell, and under the light of the full moon. You don't need torches; it's that bright. And what ends up happening is we sort of encourage people to, from the point that enter the forest to how much deeper they get into the forest, to sort of observe the changes and sort of share it later. We'd only stop at certain specific points, like, when we'd want to give them context. So we'd stop at the maps inside the forest. We take them to the highest points of the forest to give them a sense of scale. The forest is huge enough for you to be there and, just be mesmerized if it's your first time, especially. You might cross the forest every day, but you'd never get a sense of how big it is until you climb these highest points. Because I was looking at walking as a way to engage people, each time as I explored more, I had new questions. The next question for me at that point was, why were we defining weeds, plants as weeds in many, many contexts? And weeds is not a botanical word, is what I sort of found. And what sort of started to happen is that in a lot of like cleaning drives, RWA programs, or just general attitude of people towards plants, you notice that weeds were always looked at as catalysts for littering. In cleaning drives, they'd remove the plants. So you'd see before and after photos, and you'd see certain plants were missing. Not certain. Basically, they've cleaned a wall, they've cleaned the ground, swept everything, and in the latter photo, there are no plants as well. And I would notice that people were commenting and asking that where did the plants go? And people would reply saying, these were weeds and they're catalysts. And if people see weeds, our initiatives of cleaning will go futile, and people are going to spit there, pee there, and throw trash, which sort of annoyed me. And I started to read up more and started to identify those species. And I found out that, there's nothing really a weed in India. We have documented everything. We somehow consume everything as a food, as medicine, and there's so much literature available online as long as you are identifying the right species. So this walk sort of came out of that, and the idea was to find the plants in a public garden which were edible and which could be turned into a meal. So we started to create that format. I collaborated with a friend who was a landscape architect. He was big on food. We went and we mapped all the species that were edible. We tied up with the restaurant. We had to also teach the chef. Each time the restaurant was also changing new chefs every sort of 6 months. We had to give them literature. They were mostly working with pan-European formats. So we had to, sometimes the recipes were tribal or from different states. So, they had to work around that. So, but we managed to collect a lot each time. And in their own ways, they would create an elaborate meal, which would be sometimes vegan, but most often vegetarian and meat based. It would have a lot of the collected greens. I will not go into species right now. And they would sort of try and create a full platter, starting from a welcome drink all the way to a dessert. And each time the menu changed, because every 2 weeks we do a walk, the plants would change. Based on different cycles. For example, a nasturtium that's here, at the start of the winter, you'd only get leaves. So, the restaurant would have to play with the leaves. But 1 month later, you get the flowers, which are more sweeter, can go into a dessert. And another month later, towards March, when the heat rises in Delhi, then, the flowers wilt, and then you're only left with seeds, which are also very potent and can be pickled and can be pounded and made into some sort of dips and chutneys. I started to then realize that I wanted people to engage a bit more with the plants in the walks and not just rely on the information that I was providing them. And so art sort of seemed an interesting way to go about it. I started to then reach out to friends who I knew were artists. So I'll give you references. This was just like a very impromptu session. A friend knew somebody who was a charcoal-based artist, was in town from Shantiniketan, and they joined in, brought in all the material. We went for the moonlit walk, and everybody sat by the lake and drew under the moonlight. Then this one here was with a friend who's an English teacher and a comics artist. She taught people how to make 4-panel comics, gave them theory of comics from popular references, and each time, because it was also a walk, they had sort of learned different narratives of the walk, and then they had to put it down into a comic. What's interesting is that I don't really reach out to a specific audience. I also don't plan for an audience. I'm happy to work with children and adults. I just sort of talk to everyone in the same tone, and it somehow works. Here, what was interesting is that we had spoken a lot about reproduction in flowers, and the kid has drawn about, it's not very clear, but he's drawn a flower which is confused. It doesn't know if it's, if it's bisexual or asexual. And the gentleman on the right is a farmer turned landowner who's very enthusiastic about plants. He's come for the walk, but he was very reluctant to draw. So, this exercise became interesting for him to just want to express. And this was another artist who was interested in making inks from the forest, a textile-based artist. So this became a walk about, first in our recce, we prepared those inks. And then after, when we went for the walk, we collected feathers to make quills, and everybody sort of sat down under the lanterns of Amalta's flowers and created these illustrations and paintings. Again, mixed audience. This is a collage-based walk where the idea was to look at anything and everything, but like more from the context of plants. Even the sort of the plastic and the man-made material that has been used is, I mean, it's a garden object. And obviously we plan the walk before each time and we look at, you know, what would be interesting to talk about. So we'll map out all the plants. We'll think of, you know, their histories and, you know, set up a context. And then towards the end, we sit down and she would help them create these collages. And they become souvenirs. Everyone takes one home. This one was more focused on gardening, but here the point was to create everything from scratch. So we went for a walk. We collected a lot of municipal waste from under the trees, under electrical poles, by the side of the roads, and then also collected topsoil and plant cuttings on the way. It ended up being a planting exercise towards the end, and people sort of made everything from scratch. The learnings of resiliency from forests then translated into valuable information and helped me think of wild garden designs. I started focusing on selecting species that were either native, naturalized, self-seeding, along with what people were familiar with. I couldn't also force all my ideas on them. This one here is a stilt floor parking area courtyard of sorts, which has a skylight on top. So it had lights, but because being in Delhi is very hot and dry. But because this was a ground floor, it had light, but it was also damp and moist. So I was able to create a tropical type garden for them. This here, again, it's an architect's home, east facing, has tremendous amount of light flooding into the house. And she was interested in, you know, not closing her doors at any time. So we were able to, you know, spill the garden inwards. I also focus a lot on thinking about how the gardens are going to support biodiversity. So how is it going to create habitat? And also document everything at each step, which sort of helps me create like validation when I'm reaching out to more people. Some more things from the gardens. Reusing older materials also becomes very interesting. So containers, trellises, garden ornaments. Here somebody was very interested in using toilet pots, old chairs, and just any trash. So it took me a while to first collect the trash. There was a family who were interested in using some of their old objects from the house, but not really damage them. So we tried to play around that. I also try and really push for engagement with each project. So I don't want to just offer a service. I try and push for a very DIY approach with each project. And I want the person to, you know, not want to call me again. I want them to become the gardeners themselves. So I help them, you know, in the process of setting things up. In each time when I'm visiting, I'll make them pay attention to just sort of, you know, be gratified by the flowering and the fruiting cycles in the plants, especially the new varieties that I've added that they might have never seen before. And obviously all the creatures in the garden, you know, if there are any bird sightings, insects, sort of celebrate that along the way. And again, continue to sort of offer that help, because I feel education doesn't stop. So even when people are traveling, they'll see new plants, they'll reach out. I'm always there to help. I used to complain a lot about Indian builders and architects not thinking of plants at the planning stage, and the gardens looking homogenized by the end of the projects, almost because they were afterthoughts. I was sharing this sort of heartfelt rant with somebody, one of my clients, who I didn't know was also a professor at an architecture college, School of Planning and Architecture, and then they invited me to come teach there for the first time. So this was a photo from one of the classes. I decided to use the same tools that got me interested in plants: walking, collecting, saving, studying, and growing. In the teaching gigs to follow, I got to work with students of liberal arts, art and design, interior design, and architecture. Students are already burdened with their existing curriculums, so I never felt like giving them homework. I always tried to plan a soft, fun intervention because I wanted to get ecology to the foreground. I mean, that was my intention. Many of my own walk formats and subjects of interest make way into the classroom. I've noticed Indian students, maybe it's true everywhere, have a very strong bond with food, and foraging always seems to help me connect. We haven't yet cooked in any of our walks, but just eating along the way is delightful. Use of apps and books for identification starts to become rewarding for many. And I keep adding layers of questions to encourage them to dig as much as possible, but only as much as interesting. So they're sort of learning botany in reverse based on what they're interested in. I mean, yeah, I strongly believe that it's important to excite them first and theorize it later. It kind of works for me. It's a nice approach to catch their attention. Even just starting to cite unique looking forms, creatures on them, materials that create wonder, get them noticed even among their cohorts. So it becomes a little competitive, and it encourages them even further. It's almost like, hunting or birding in larger communities of naturalists. So it becomes everyone starts to find more things eventually when they're in a group. Pressing plants. Actually, I'll go back to the last slide. This was an interior design and architecture college. They had an assignment where they had to go on walks. I mean, I had to lead 3 different walks for them in 3 different landscapes. So we chose a public garden, we chose a forest, and a cultural center, which is India Habitat Center in Delhi. It's fairly green, but it's very managed landscape. And their task was to pick one sort of element from these walks and create, I think, a light fixture, a piece of furniture, and some wallpapers. Pressing plants, creating herbariums, making collages becomes a cross between botanical practice and art. It helps combine exercises for multidisciplinary students from biology to design and philosophy. And I felt that the act of creating your own soil and making potted compositions by collecting every ingredient from scratch engages them in sort of physical acts of waste management at some level. Then working with tools, as well as all of this collection of material and just seeing the reality of your vanity also starts to get them into conversations on labor, wages, profit margins, and lastly, there's also the joy of sculpting something living out of scratch. I like to also mix slow and fast projects when I'm creating a curriculum. Fast projects help them build momentum, and it shows them results, like something on the right-hand side. We had a very tight deadline. We had to already start thinking of an exhibit before I'd even started to teach them anything. So that one very simple example from, one found, I think this is a POP sculpture from some other class. We found it in the debris, and there was a glove. You can barely make out the form, and then they just used some chia and grew it in 3 days. So these kind of experiments helps them quickly start to get engaged, whereas the slower experiments that we've done, like planting trees, planting the vines, collecting seeds from Avalahalli forest in Bangalore, and then also thinking about where they disperse it. But we won't really get to see the results, but because they've done some small projects, it sort of helps them feel confident. And because they're also reading up on plants and, you know, their cycles and their stages, they kind of can extrapolate results as well. So yeah, that's all I had to share.
Thank you, Kush. Is there any burning questions from the audience? Yes, there's one there.
Am I audible? Okay. So the question I had is, being in Bangalore, I have seen so many people advertise their tree walks. Okay. And whenever they say and have shared their experiences, all I've heard is that there is one person who has all of this knowledge, and they take a bunch of people and they keep giving their knowledge. Like, one person is just speaking and the others are listening. And when you say you have designed these walks, the term design itself, are you trying to bring in more with it? Like, I saw the entire sort of collection you've made when you've collaborated with artists, but when you say the term design, are you also trying to give way to other conversations and other activities where the people themselves are also trying to do something? Or is it again just simply a way of saying a better word for curating a walk? Have you put in like thought before saying designing a walk instead of curating a walk, is my question. And how is it different?
I can maybe answer the question in the larger sense and not on the word. I didn't really think of the word when I was using it. But yeah, in each walk, the idea is to not for me to keep talking. It's tiring, it's preachy, and nobody remembers, because it happens the same with me. When I go for other people's walk, if it's just an overload of information, it doesn't stay. And that's why even in the foraging walks, I am not trying to do everything. It starts with identification, and then you quickly start giving people tasks. And then there is that sense of reward also when you go to the restaurant, you're looking for the plant in the meal, the plant that you collected. So, and then if you liked it, you'll also reach out to the chef and you'd want to know how that thing was made. I mean, you might be interested in everything, but that one thing becomes very strong connect. And I try and think of, like, I'm not interested in you remembering Latin names. I'm interested in you maybe remembering a texture, because later, if you see it in anywhere in the world, you should be able to recall. Google Lens can easily help you identify plants, but you should be able to at least, remember that I've seen it before, and in what context, and what did I do with it. And I feel that's what's important.
That's the reason. I mean, that's the difference between the design and the curation. Or am I being nitpicky because we're supposed to think of every word before we mention it in college? So I just wanted to know, because I've never heard anyone say design a walk. So I really wanted to know if you have put in thought into this whole process.
I haven't.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I try not to use the word curate because I'm not from the arts community.
That's also not right. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? We will go to the next the speaker now, because we are running a bit late, and then we'll come back to some more questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, Nora. Nora Hausworth is a cultural producer in Switzerland. She worked in several museums, exhibitions, and intercultural projects such as Cabaret Voltaire, Manifesta 11, OpenKey.net, etc. Since 2017, she is researching about sustainable agriculture and supply systems, and therefore was traveling for 2 years to native communities in the north and northeast of Brazil, using a van as a mobile exhibition structure
and a seed bank. Since 2019, she contributes for participatory agriculture movement in the Amazon. Welcome, Nora.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, yes.
Cool. So here it's still morning, still early. I'm still having my coffee.
It's quite late here, so people are a bit tired, and I can see
I'm getting fresh.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I would also like to present my partner Emerson, who's sitting here with me. He's still learning English, but next time he will also talk a little bit more. So let's start the presentation. So thank you for this invitation, Maya and Evan, and thanks all of you to be part of this talk today. It's a great pleasure to be invited as a speaker to the Soil Assembly and the Kochi Biennial, and to talk about our project on food security and cooperative processes here in the north of Brazil. So my name is Nora. I have a master's degree in the University of Zurich and some work experience in different museums. But 6 years ago, I left Switzerland. I went traveling with the idea to go to Indonesia. But due to COVID, I kind of got stuck here in Brazil and started this project here in Brazil. Together with my partner, he's an agroecologist and forestry technician. And he published about compost, and he has a lot of work experience with the professor who is doing some research about wild plants. And he's also coordinator of the Agroforestry Training Center here in Manaus. So let's start with a brief introduction on the environment we are situated in. Manaus is located where the Black and the Solimões River meet. The headwaters comes from Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, and forms the famous Amazon River, worldwide biggest river in respect to this water volume. All the rivers are very important in this landscape, as for agriculture and also for transportation, as there are no roads. Manaus is in the center of a huge Amazon forest that's pumping up thousands of liters of water and sending rain to the south. But as you know, the forests are at risk to be destroyed. If we look at the whole Amazon River basin, that also includes part of the neighborhood countries, we see that human activity has destroyed more than 10% of the Amazon rainforest only since the 1960s. Most hardest affected areas are in the southeast. In the Amazon basin, more than 51% of the area are protected areas or indigenous areas. And therefore, these areas are much less affected by radical fire and mining than in the southeast or other areas of Brazil. In the past years, there had been many unusual droughts and floods, which interrupts the transportation roads, overflowed cropland and habitat areas. Even Manaus is the heart of the Amazon forest. The 2.2 million metropole is the less forested city of Brazil. 90% of the food is imported by boat and airplanes, as there are no roads from the south. Local agriculture was not valid and was not developed in the last years. So people in urban areas mostly eat imported rice and beans, and even fish and meat comes from other places. So this is a picture of Arkansas processing of cassava flour. For carbohydrates, cassava plays a very important role in the diet of local communities. The process of flour making was probably introduced by people that migrated to the Amazon area in the rubber area. traditional communities planted and harvested all year round, as the tropical temperature allows farmers to grow crops all year round. So if we understand like this process of farming, it's much more about like understanding the circle of the year and this processing to understand all these methods. Local people in the wetland areas also use the riverbed for planting, like fast-growing varieties of cassava, and also other crops like corn, pumpkin, and rice. The areas around the riverbed are also flooded in the rainy season, and the water brings nutrition with it, and riverbeds are naturally fertile. So the river is always present and a key player in the life. Having spoken to farmers and looking on their traditional agroforestry systems where food is produced in the forest, we are continuing this tradition of agroforestry and developing it in our area. This image shows the slash and burn method that was and still is widely used. The indigenous people have huge amount of wood that they leave on the soil for the soil protection. So the locality we work on, it's about 15 kilometers from the city center of Manaus, but it's in a higher ground that does not get flooded. And as you can see, the street to get there is not in the best condition. Here it's necessary to fertilize the soil. We introduce plant-based fertilizers, and we also protect the soil with wood. We put alternating rows of timber and fruit trees, and the in-between areas are used for green manure and crops. We do mixing planting, copying the architecture of the natural forest with different levels, low-level plants that need shadow like cacao and coffee, and high-level like Amazon nut tree. Through that architecture, we have harvest from the very beginning, that we eat the corn and pumpkin, and until 20 or 30 years where we are harvesting also the wood and gonna rebuild the new system. So this is the place that we are currently acting. The infrastructure was built by the local museum. It's a botanical garden in the city center, and they created this place as an extension, including all agriculture species to the botanical garden. But they were running out of money and the place was kind of abandoned. So we were allowed to occupy it. And the place is within settlement from the government, so the land belongs to the government. There are many hundreds of these settlements all around Brazil. Those settlements, they were created to land as people to distribute land to the farmers with the idea that they would produce. But in many cases, those farmers, they don't have any condition and any knowledge to work on that land. Many people, they come from other areas, they migrated. So many cases, people, they got the land, but they are not producing. In our case here, in our region, we have 38 families, and there are only 3 certificated as organic and about 5 more that are interested in producing organic. So with this group, we are working with collectively every week, every Monday, we work together. And we go every time as a group, we go to the land of another person and we do this collective work to learn together. So we had to write to Occupy, and during COVID, we put a lot of energy in planting, and a lot of new agroforestry areas were created. And as we had a lot of harvest of corn, we started to invite people from the city as well. And through that, the participative agriculture was born. So participative agriculture means that urban people getting out here, 15 kilometers from the city, And they are joining us with the local farmers, and we have meeting almost every 2 weeks. And we make activities of planting, harvesting, and cooking together. So this is the kitchen where I'm sitting right now and talking to you. But the kitchen is also used for many other activities, like processing food, like yoga, like drawing session for kids, etc. So here we are cooking together, and on the right-hand side, we had also another presentation of people from the permaculture section from the university that were introducing the ideas of permaculture to us. So for the meals, we use what the soil produces here. Many wild and uncommon plants. Plants that has no longer been used for food, or plants that have forgotten about. Plants that never reached the market, and some plants that never were cultivated. So we are always creating new recipes and sharing images on social media to encourage people to try sustainable, healthy, and local food. So just some more images of the recipes. Usually I give like some basic ideas how it could be used, but then people are really creating new recipes with the food. So during the events, we always have also theoretical inputs based on the interest of the people, as well as writing, reading sessions. And artists from the group, they developed some new works here based on the relationship with food and nature and question of territory. So here we had a compost workshop, just some more images that you see that we really work. The coconut oil workshop and the beekeeping workshop with the local native bees, a workshop about non-violent communication and bioconstruction. And this is a platform that we are using to organize what topics we're gonna work on. It's called Openki. It's a platform that was constructed through social movements in Switzerland to help to organize the people that were migrating to Switzerland to learn language, but also to offer other kind of contents. And the idea is like that everybody has something that he would like to learn or that he would like to share. So the platform is to connect those people with based on their interest. So if you want to use it, it's available in many languages. We can open up for every city or each region or each project. It's possible to open up a region. And so you can share within your group and also in a broader audience this content to be shared. I worked for this project when I was living in Switzerland. So if there is anyone interested to use it, you can get in contact with me. So some more workshop pictures. We also go to schools and we do workshops with the neighborhood areas. Here we were doing about the art of the agriculture, knowledge exchange between indigenous and organic farmers, which was a very nice session with several encounters. And the food is always playing a very important role. So we usually bring some elements that we are from the plants that we are planting, a lot of wild plants that we are cultivating, but we also go to the land of the farmers and we see what we can use to prepare a meal, things that they don't know, and we gonna produce or we're gonna create a recipe most way, like a way to really that they like it. So we put a lot of coconut milk, for example, so it's always very tasty. more images. We also do frequently some seed exchange events where we bring local communities together with farmers. So this was in the museum in the center. And we produced 2 videos. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to show the videos, but you can check them out on the YouTube channel. The first was the recipes about wild plants. And the second one we called Decolonize Your Plate, because what people are eating nowadays, it has not much to do with their original tradition, and we want to bring that back a little bit, this knowledge to people so they can eat what they really plant on their land. And to finish, I remember when we were doing one of these first events, a girl, she told me like that she allowed herself for the first time to believe that there could be a better future through this event. And this was something that motivated me to continue with these encounters, which is always exchange of knowledge, not only theoretical knowledge, but also knowledge of our body, because I believe that our body has its own memory. So a lot of people, it's also an experience when we invite farmers as our teacher. They know a lot of things that they also do without having a clear notion why they are doing, and it's in their body, it's in their deeper subconscious. And to valorize the knowledge and the abilities of the country people that is getting lost. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so nice to hear, Nora, from you and also from Kush before, that how you bring in this experience which becomes part of their body, you know, when you're taking the young students or young participants with you, and then that continues and that makes it to continue. So it's kind of very important that, you know, and also the question that came from the floor, it's not something that you're putting onto them and saying, learn this or learn that. It's something you're embedding into them, embodying into them the experience itself. And also going back to what Kush said, as it's growing up, these are the experiences then that will keep the movement alive. Any questions from the floor? Bharat. No, there's a mic. Yeah, first Bharat and then Vasanti. Okay.
Hello, hi. Thanks for sharing. I was curious to hear a little bit about how these exchanges were facilitated, because I would imagine these are people coming from different backgrounds, coming from different spaces. How would these sessions, especially I think between farmers and visitors, how did they sort of go? You know, maybe what's the duration, or what kind of questions or curiosities helped this exchange happen? Just would love to know more about it.
Yes, thank you for your question. So we have this format that people from the city come every 2 weeks, and there are different groups. There are some groups that come every month, and we kind of have more closer communication with them about what they want to learn. And we include always these questions during the weekend. We have usually we meet Friday afternoon, and they stay until Sunday. So we have a lot of time to discuss and to discover. And then we always have in this weekend, we have part that we're going to work on the land, and we have the theoretical part. So usually, as it's very hot here, we start early in the morning to work on the land. So with this exchange of like giving some energy back to the land as well. And then in the afternoon and in the evening, we have more time for discussions, for readings, to sit at the fire, etc. And we invite the agricultures, depending on the topics. They are always invited to come, but sometimes we invite them a little bit more specific, and we invite them also to talk about their knowledge. So that's really interlying this two different groups. And we work on Mondays with the local farmers in this collective work, and there are also people from the city that are interested to go and work on their land. So we organize it in, like, every time we see who is interested in what, and we combine things together.
Thank you.
Does it answer your question?
Yeah, Bharat. Vasanti?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vasanti, there's one more question.
Actually, I don't have a question, because I do appreciate what all of you are talking about, having farms and growing vegetables and fruits and other kind of stuff that you have to do. And it is really important. I don't disagree with it at all. On the whole, I'm just telling in a way, but I think I'm just thinking, however, all of our efforts seems to be very anthropocentric, and we are constantly, again, thinking about consuming. And in that sense, what Maya did in her performance, that gorging of the fruit so much, it was like more not in a sense that it is just consuming good food and such things for me, but I thought it was this gorging that we do, and we kind of constantly want to be consuming not just food, but a lot of other things. So maybe a little bit of, like, our interest or human interest should be also a little displaced, and maybe talk about all these other things that can't speak for themselves. We can speak, and we keep speaking, and we speak about ourselves. So I think somebody should speak for them, really, or we all should be speaking. And where is the justice otherwise for them as well? Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry if I'm sounding.
Anybody from the other panelists would like to respond to what any other panelists here?
Yeah, one second.
Actually, it was interesting to see that you have this program of decolonizing.
I think you should come a little forward. You're very in the dark. I won't be able to see.
I think it was interesting that you had mentioned about decolonizing your plate. Here, actually, I think we should thank Brazil for giving us so much food varieties, like and the fruit varieties that we are growing in our place, from tamarillos to Atimoya, jaboticabas. We have around 9 varieties of jaboticabas in our farm, and tamarillos and yacon and sparagui, ananas sparagui, and acai berry. There's plenty. I mean, forget about tomatoes and all the other things that actually came from Brazil and Mexico and all that. Like, so we are trying to not decolonize, but to and cassava. Cassava is like a staple food of Kerala. A lot of people think it is from Kerala. They don't know that it's from Brazil. And several things, several even cash crops that we grow, like rubber and thing in this small state. And even our pepper. We have this a pepper family plant from Brazil that we use as the root stock, for our pepper. We put the pepper onto this Brazilian rootstock, and so we just can't afford to decolonize our palate as yet. Just to comment.
So I guess we have to get it back from India then.
I think there was a conversation when there were fire in the Amazon. Vivek, back to you. When there was fire in the Amazon, you did say we should be saving things for the Amazon. If there is a fire or a flood anywhere, I think the saving should happen in every part of the world. You can't hear, your mic is not working.
Can you hear?
No, it's okay. Hello. Yeah. No, when we heard about the fire in the Amazon, so we were all a lot of enthusiasts, farmers here. Like, we were thinking that we have enough stock to return back to the Amazon if in case of a big fire. We have more than 300-400 varieties of plants from Brazil that we are growing in Kerala right now.
That's very good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nora. That was very good. And thank you all for being here today. And we'll close today's sessions and today's assembly. Tomorrow we'll meet again in the morning for workshops, which will be led by Asta and Kush. It will be a continuation of today's workshop, and Suresh, who are going to be running their workshops from 10 in the morning. And then we go on to our session, which will be looking at the panel discussion will be on food, transportation, climate change, and ocean trades, followed by interactive performance by the Cascoland Lab and Kitchen, which will be at 4:20, and followed by discussions again on living projects and communities. Thank you all, and a very good night, and you can have a great day ahead. Nora, thank you.